Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nutflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the advantage.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, November 5th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. We got Justin McKelvey ready to rock. He's got his plays of the day, stacks plays of the day on top of this comment section to get us rolling. Justin will be rocking with us in NBA today. So will Billy Brisbane. Then we'll have, first I'm going to rock NHL with you guys. Then I've got my first bet of the college basketball season for you guys. So just one game in college basketball, unfortunately, but I bet it. And then we move on to NBA with Brizzy and Justin McKelvey. Then Wine Time going to join us for college football. It is a great group and it's a great day. And I'm ready to rock and roll. Excited to be here with you guys. We've got the Truth Teller in the house. Truth Teller running hot. The Goracle on Spurs and Euro League action. Let me get this all copied and pasted before we attack. Fat Wally in the house. Great to see you. Wally, my man, my dude, coming off a big day. I love to see it. My dude cashing with them Raptors. Res Mob in the house. Serious business. Big Scott, I'm right with you on Ryder. That is the college basketball. Now, I took him first half, but that's the college basketball game we're talking about. But I'm with you also on the Kraken, final game of their homestand. Generally, it's not a spot that I like to back teams, but they have a couple days off. They don't leave tomorrow. They don't leave tonight. They don't leave tomorrow. So I love that. When you have 3 days before your next game, 2 full days off, and then a road trip starts, I don't worry about the last game of a road trip. Kent Davies says he got action. Love to see it. Flank steak play today is the Calgary Flames money line. He's also Kent State, Miami Heat on the spread. We have Pelicans on the spread, Celtics on the spread, and Utah Jazz as well for 9 Legacy in the house. Thank you for sharing that. 9 Legacy. My man, we got Spooner in the house. Kent Davies here. Blackhawks money line best number. Caps over 3.5 goals and leads -1 for Kent Davies attacking the board. Looking forward to talk about that Canucks Blackhawks game. The Canucks have the Blackhawks number, and but I'm right with you. I'm right with you. Alan Minton in the house. Chef Tony 40 Kid. He is on the Blue Jackets this evening. We got the Godfather, Mally Mal, and more action here from Kent Davies. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Now, our week begins on Medicate Monday. Then we have our Monday night live stream. And then Tuesday and after the live stream, it's so all focused on NFL. I've got 12 bets out there in NFL. There's 4 more that I'm really interested in that I may move on. And then we start here on Wednesdays. And I'm excited to be here with you guys. Billy Friedrich says, shout out to William Hill and Caesars for doing the right thing and refunding all the Bulgarian bets in the fixed fight. Wow, I like that. Interesting. And Jay Peasy in the house says 1 goal wins are dominating NHL. I was going over it last night. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Jay, we've never really seen so many 1-goal games. So you guys know how snake bit I am in the NHL. Last night, 4 bets, 3 of them pushed on the -1 line. And then I lose 1 in the shootout. It's just not working here for me. Mel says, happy to cash Utah money line last night. On to tonight. Shall we? Let's roll. Thank you guys for joining us. Pub Sports Radio. Betting with the bag. Happy Wednesday, November 5th to all of you. It is time to attack. We start in the National Hockey League, 7 p.m. Eastern. Utah Mammoth, 9-4-0, 5-3-0 on the road. Toronto Maple Leafs, 7-5-1, 6-2-1 at home. Scotiabank Arena in Toronto, Ontario. And I will be there. Tickets for the game tonight. Pretty excited about it. Pretty excited. Johnny Gunn says, how bad are the Rangers at home? Geez. I feel like I'm 6 years old. I get to go to the game tonight. I feel like I'm a kid, man. I'm just like trying to stay cool about it. I'm excited. It'll never stop being fun going to these sporting events, and it'll never stop being fun. And I can't wait to be there. Scotiabank Arena. It's very expensive tickets, so you don't get to go very often. So when you do go, you soak it in and cherish every second. Also, I get to see the Utah Mammoth play for the first time. I'm pretty excited about being there this evening. I'm pretty pumped up, man. We got Vitek Vanacek in net against Anthony Stolars. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one, because I've got a lot to say about all of these games here. This line opened up at minus 162 at 10:41 p.m. last night, and it's just moved towards the Mammoth. They've gone from plus 142 to plus 132. So it's a 10-cent move. It's a 12-cent move away from the Leafs, a 10-cent move towards the Mammoth. On a total here, we have a 6.5. It's minus 111 to the under. This opened up juice to the over 6.5 minus 115. We'll get into why. The why is important whenever you make a bet. Then the move went to the under because 6.5s are generally speaking unders that I want to bet. They're high totals. This moved 14 cents to the under in 10 minutes. Took 10 minutes. So Sharps moved in on the under. It's a dangerous thing to do in Leafs games, and we'll discuss all of that. It's moved 4 cents back. So overall, we've had a 10-cent move to the under 6.5 here. A lot of love for Matty Ice. Love seeing everybody joining us here. Slatsy says, Jimmy will be the only fan we will hear among the suits. And you'll be at the Habs game for suits on Saturday. That's dope. And Mel says, I will not be on Utah tonight, despite it matching my rule. Always fade the Leafs in early to midweek home games against non-marquee games or teams. Yes, I think that makes a ton of sense. A ton of sense here. Xavier Oliver in the house. Matty Ice says, what about Taint play today yesterday on Low Shack? UT Martin wins outright. No surprise, Matty Ice. For those of you that are running with us, newer or over the last couple of years, Matty Ice, the legend of Matty Ice began with college basketball. It was must-know information. I was being sent regularly when I was in Costa Rica, people who were paying their mortgage based on Taint play of the day in college basketball. So keep an eye on what this man does. Mally Mal knows all about that. He's been with us for as long as I've been here. Mally Mal been running with me. And you know what? Let me just say how thankful I am, Mally Mal. You guys that have run with me through the highs and the lows and the ups and the downs and the births and the deaths and all of life and everything that life throws at you, those of you that have stuck with me. And if you remember when I started, there was no capper that got more hate than myself. And it was tricky to deal with for the first 6 months or so. But you guys having my back through thick and thin, it's made me want to fight and study harder and succeed more, and I'm very thankful. Let's talk about the spot here. So we've seen a 10-cent move to the under at 6.5. We've seen a 10-cent move towards the Mammoth. We have Vitek Vanacek in net. He's been pretty good. I think this is a pretty good goaltending tandem that the Mammoth have. And there's Crystal Craig, Miss Baseball. Said didn't even last a month with the new job. The office troublemaker didn't think I was a good fit. Fuck him, I'd rather cap. We want you here, Miss Baseball. We want you here, Crystal Craig. Let's not talk about the end of the season. Let's just start anew. We love you, Crystal Craig. Love capping with you. TC in the house as well. So let's talk about the Toronto Maple. Well, let's talk about Utah first. Their power play is ranked 20th, 18.6%. Penalty killing is 21st at 76.3%. And they're an interesting team. They're playing quite well. They're playing very well. Let's say more than 9-4-0. 13 games, and 8 of them have come on the road. So they've got homestands coming up. I have questioned a Clayton Keller, Barrett Hayton, Nick Schmaltz line. Now, I know they have offensive talent, and Clayton Keller is very talented, but they're soft. Now you have Peterka, Logan Cooley, and Dylan Gunther. I really like that second line. I don't see the toughness on this team. Sergachev and Samashev. Dmitry Samashev, I need more time to watch because he's clearly succeeding, and there's a reason why he's on that top line. Also, the pair can speak Russian to each other, so no one really, unless you're Russian, knows what the hell's going on, and so they can announce where they're going to be on the ice, which is helpful. They have Nate Schmidt and John Marino on the second line, Ian Cole, Oli Mata, a couple of vets on the third line. They're coming off the second half of a back-to-back. They won at Buffalo 2-1 in overtime last night, and Utah outshot Buffalo 35-18. Clayton Keller scored the winner in overtime. This is game 2 of a 4-game road trip. They play at Montreal on Saturday night. And the Mammoth, they're without Alex Kerfoot and defenseman Sean Dursey due to injury. I am on the under 6.5. I'm on the under 6.5 here in this one. The Mammoth, and this is something that I love, is when a team starts out a road trip and they're playing very, very accountable. They're playing a road hockey game, and then they are rewarded with a 2-1 victory. They play again the very next night. They continue that accountability, that forecheck, getting the puck deep, cycling the opposition to death. That's how you win on the road. And when you're rewarded on the road, I think it carries over. I also believe in Vitek Vanacek, but that's not the reason, because you have to have conviction to bet unders in Leafs games, because they are coming in off their 4th win in 5 games, 4-3 at home over the Penguins on Monday night. They went down 3-0 before staging a third period comeback. They were outshot 37-20. But this is a different Leafs team. They actually out-hit the Penguins 35-9. Willie Nylander back from injury. He was in on all third period goals. He looked very good. Bobby McMahon won it with 7 minutes left. This is game 2 of a 4-game homestand for them. Now they're playing without Chris Tanev, who is a responsible defensive player, Scott Lawton and Steve Lawrence. Now Lawrence could be back tonight, but those are also very accountable defensive forwards that are out. The Leafs have played 8 straight games with at least 7 goals scored. 8 straight games. So when you see that, do you want to catch a falling knife? And many of you guys probably don't. And I understand that. 8 straight games with at least 7 goals scored. But this team is pretty easy to play against. They have loaded up that top line, and it wasn't loaded up until the third period, until they needed goals. And that is the only line that is producing for the Toronto Maple Leafs. When you have Matthews, Nylander, and Nyes on one line, you can focus all of your defensive presence, your best 2 defensemen, however you want to handle it, because Robertson, Tavares, and McMahon are not scoring. Now, I know McMahon did score the game winner last night, but they're not scoring. This third line, Dakota Joshua, Nicholas Roy, and Matthias Michelli, can't score. The fourth line has Lawrence and Lawton on it, who are both, coming back from injury. Max Domi on it. It's a great fourth line if that line is healthy. But again, they're not going to score much. Domi is capable of offense. And Morgan Riley, Brandon Carlo, your first unit, but McCabe and Simon Benoit, it's just not a team that I think will continue doing this. So Andrew G says Leafs only have 2 game breakers now. That is true. So yes, I am on the under 6.5 against the team that's Maple Leafs who've been have played in games where at least 7 goals scored 8 straight times. And I'm going to get in the way of it. I think they're an easy team to defend. You have Utah in the second half of back-to-back. They just have to keep the exact same, like clockwork, exactly what they did last night, do it here. And this game goes over. 6.5 is too many. It's just too many goals. It's too many. I'm on the under 6.5, and I will be there live. Let's roll on to game 2 here. St. Louis Blues 4-7-2, 2-3-0 on the road. The Washington Capitals 6-5-1, 3-4-0 at home. Capital One Arena, Washington, D.C. Jordan Binnington 3-4-2, 3.08 goals against average, 868 save percentage. He may not be in. This is the first of a back-to-back for both teams. He may not be in. Robert Cherry in the house, liking the under 6.5 and Utah plus 1.5 or first period minus 1.5. I love hearing that. Kent Davies says exactly what happened last night when Mamelka made like 4 ridiculous saves. Mamelka looked very good, but they did shoot here. Yes, Kong's clips. I read about that early this morning. I'm very, very sorry to hear it. A very scary, scary incident there at the Muhammad Ali airports. So thinking of you and everyone down there. That's scary. Mally Mal, they came back for 3 goals in the third period. Slatsy saying Binnington Thompson confirmed. There's my guy, Nate Dogg 420 in the house. So here, you guys know I do not want the Washington Capitals. I don't want to bet them. I think St. Louis Blues are even worse than the Capitals. I do not want to bet the Capitals. Of all the negative things I can say about the Capitals, coming off their 4th straight loss, 4-3 in a shootout Buffalo on Saturday, I can't say that they don't have heart. That's one thing that we've noticed about this Capitals team. Is last year, the heart willed them to play more than the sum of their parts. This year, it's not happening. Justin, I wouldn't worry about it. As I said, 8 straight games, 7 goals have been scored in Leafs games. I just X's and O's. I don't see it happening. But look, if a bet that you're on is cashed 8 straight times, there's no reason not to be confident in it. Kent Davies says Capitals explode today. Night Dog 420 says Ovechkin to score. And Slatsy talking about Robert Thomas coming back. And that was huge. He got a goal and assist last game. And respect play today, 2-0. I love to see it, Rez. Go get it. So let's talk about this spot, because I am backing the Washington Capitals because they had that 4-3 loss in a shootout at Buffalo on Saturday. It's Wednesday. This team is under 500 at home. Their last 2 home games, they've been outscored 10-2. They've scored 5 goals over their last 4 games. Now, they're still without Pierre-Luc Dubois and Rasmus Sandin. Shout out to Curtis Berry. Thank you, my man. Respect. I want to back hockey teams that have heart in this situation, despite my need to fade the Capitals as much as possible. It's trumped by my need to fade the Blues, despite Robert Thomas coming back. This line is moving towards the Blues. It's not a huge move. It opened up at minus 157. Right now it's minus 148. The Blues have gone from plus 138 to plus 130. The Blues are being backed. That's fine. From a total standpoint, we have a 6 here. It's minus 112 to the under. I can't trust the Blues goaltending, but I would have interest in the under. I think this will be a clinical type hockey game. First period over for Nate Dogg, 420. I think they're going to play extremely accountable here tonight. And St. Louis has the 8th ranked power play at 25%. And now Robert Thomas is back. And the penalty killing for both squads is weak, which is kind of, if this was a 6.5, maybe I pull the trigger. The Washington penalty kill 75%, 24th in the league. St. Louis even worse, 28th in the league at 67.7%. Now the Washington power play has not gotten off at this point, but we know that they're more than capable of with Ovechkin on the circle or the hash marks. So the Blues snapped their 7-game losing streak with a 3-2 home victory over the Oilers on Monday night. Robert Thomas returned from injury and scored a goal and an assist. Pius Suter scored the winner. But the Blues were outshot 26-22, out hit 17-13, and this is the first of a back-to-back. I want the Capitals in this situation. Shout out to Wager Detective in the house. I am on the Washington Capitals on the -1 line. I got that at a pretty good number. I got minus 140 on the money line, plus 176 on the puck line. The -1 gave me a plus 115. And there we go. That's Blues, Capitals. I'm on the Capitals -1. Is this a powder keg spot? It's possible. This is a very angry, high character group. And that's when I want to back teams. I'm on the Capitals. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the Columbus Blue Jackets 7-5-0, 4-2-0 on the road. At the Calgary Flames 3-9-2, 1-3-1 at home. We're at Scotiabank Saddledome in Calgary, Alberta. We have Jet Greaves in between the pipes. They're switching back and forth each game. So it's pretty simple, and we know at least who's going to be in net. And we have AM on the Flames money line plus 100. Snapped winning streak bet against the team whose winning streak of length of 3+ was just snapped in the previous game. Make the bet only if the team you're betting has a money line that's better than -150. That's AM's only play today. And yes, it's a fishy line. It's a fishy line, Ken. It's a fishy line. This is the only game I've not bet here. Now I could still get talked into it, but I've got 4 or 5 games bet, not this one. This total opened up at 6, slightly juiced to the over, has not moved a cent. We know what the Flames have been doing. They've been playing unders, and I would have some interest in backing them in an under. We have the money line for the Flames -115. So the Flames have gone from dog to favorite. They opened up -102. They're now -115. Dustin Wolf has not been great. But we know what he's capable of. We know he's a very, very good goaltender. Rich H says Kadri's game number 1,000. I'm very interested to see which team gets Nazem Kadri for the playoff run. And I hope it's the Colorado Avalanche, whom I have futures on. Coin saying that Wolf is likely here. So let's talk about these two teams right now. Columbus is doing all of this on 5-on-5. This is a team that's winning hockey games based on their 5-on-5 skill set. Their power play, 23rd, 16.7%. It should be better, especially with Werenski back there. And their penalty kill is terrible, 30th in the National Hockey League at 66.7%. Calgary's power play is very bad as well, 29th. I blame that on the defense that they have, not on their forwards. You need to have the quarterback on the power play, something that they don't have. Ranked 29th, 13.5% power play, 77.4% penalty killing. Columbus comes in off having their 4-game winning streak snapped and 3-2 loss to the Islanders on Sunday. This is strange. So this is game 2 of a 5-game trip. They play the Islanders on Sunday. On Monday, they fly to Alberta. And they've been sitting around Alberta for 48 hours. The Jackets were outshot 39-22 by the Islanders. They did out-hit the Islanders 26-10. They continue to be missing Eric Goodbranson, which I believe makes them better. They're better without him. Calgary finished off a 1-2-1 road trip with a 2-1 win at Philadelphia on Sunday, and Huberdeau scored both Calgary goals. That's important for them. Martin Pospisil is still out of the lineup, but he's been out of the lineup almost this entire year. So with all this being said, Billy Freeze says, how are the Flames favored at home versus anyone? Their only home win was versus the Rangers. I can't get to either team here. I do not believe in the Flames, but it was important for them to get that win. It was a good road trip, and they're not rushing back to action. They finished on Sunday. They fly home on Monday. They get Tuesday off. Remember, any team that flies across the continent home, or even on the road, but it's better home, and has just one day off. So they fly, so they don't fly after the game generally. They'll fly because they know they have the home game in 2 days. So they'll wait. Of course, it's cross continent, so they don't want to stay up all night. So they come home, they fly that on the next day, and then they play the very following day. That's fade. That's not the situation here. And I want to bet unders in Flames games. 2 of those games, Toronto and Ottawa on the road, went over. The Rangers game got to 6. I mean, they've scored at least 6 in all of those games except Philadelphia. I just don't feel strong enough about it. Nate Dogg leaning towards Columbus money line. And I know my man Nate Dogg, he watches these games. He's a heart and soul hockey guy, but this is a fishy line. It's moving to the Flames. You have AM on the Flames, and I'm not comfortable with it. I don't want to back the Flames ever. I'm on their season point total under. I don't want to back them under or ever. And so I'm off of Jackets Flames. Let's move on to game 4 of our 5-game slate, 10 p.m. Eastern, the Chicago Blackhawks at the Vancouver Canucks. So, how do I do this? Our capper, who's not been back since he said this in the chat, and maybe he won't come back. I don't know how it works, but he's been someone who's rocked with us for a long time. Matthew Green said on our live stream on Monday night that he hates me and that I've cost him $20,000 fading the Canucks. And, and don't defend me. We all know how this works, and I don't need to be defended here at all. And, but it's one of those comments that does stick with you. It sticks with you a little bit. And then when I go through the Canucks are 2-2 in their last 4 games. So if that's the case, then, he hasn't been fading them every game. He's been choosing, I guess, doesn't watch every day or doesn't stick, So that's when you don't, when someone's fading a team every game and then you pick and choose when to do it, you're dealing with the variance gods, and the variance gods can't hurt you. So that's part of it. Secondly, I don't think I'm wrong. The Canucks have played 14 games. They've won 3 in regulation. They have not won a hockey game in regulation. They've not won a hockey game in regulation in their last 8 games. They're 4-0 in a shootout in overtime. And I imagine that the shootout or the overtime has hurt Matthew Green when he's faded them. But this is a team that's 7-7. They've won 2 of 5 games at home. So clearly, he's picking and choosing when to bet it. And I don't want anybody running with us, capping with us to lose money. Obviously it pains me to hear him say something like that. And maybe he never doesn't come back. And whatever it is, but it is what it is. But I'm not wrong, and I haven't been wrong. They've cashed 4 games in overtime or a shootout. They're 4-0 in overtime or a shootout. That kind of variance, that kind of volatility, that comes with what we're doing here. So I'm fading the Canucks once again tonight. And this is a dangerous thing to do. It's a dangerous thing to do because the Canucks have the Blackhawks number. They beat the Blackhawks over and over and over again. That's just what they do. And their record against the Blackhawks is pretty insane. They've beaten the Blackhawks 11 straight times. They've beaten the Blackhawks 14 of 15 games. And they've beaten the Blackhawks 17 of 20 games. And I don't care. I don't care. Now, there is some issues here because the great Quinn Hughes is coming back. He is returning. And I would prefer to fade the Canucks when Quinn Hughes is not around. And the great Quinn Hughes is returning here for this one. But this injury report is insane. Connor Garland, Teddy Bluger, Philip Hedl. There's 3 of your top 6 forwards. Now, Bluger is probably your third-line centerman. Not a top 6 forward. Philip Hedl is your second-line centerman. Nils Hoglander would probably be a top 6 forward. They're all out. Lekkerimaki out. Forbor and Brisebois and Victor Mancini out, and out. Can they deal with this and win in overtime? This is a team that's played 14 games and won 3 in regulation. 3! That's it. 3 games in regulation. Now, I'm not making as much money as I should be because I've lost some of these games in a shootout or overtime. But I'm not stopping. I'm not going to stop fading this team in this injury situation. And I love fading a team after a successful road trip. And it was only a successful road trip because of those 2 overtime and shootout winners. They play hard. Look, this Canucks team is playing hard despite all their injuries. Let's talk about the line history here for this one and attack. We have a DC capper on Columbus. Good luck, DC. It's a very fishy line. You have the better team, but it's fishy from dog. Columbus from favorite to dog. I will be cheering on you. That's the lone game I haven't bet. The Chicago Blackhawks right now are plus 142 here, where I'm looking to open up plus 155 down to plus 142. They were plus 138 at a very sharp offshore that I have, account with. They were plus 140 at 365. I moved on to plus 140 here. Let's take a look at this total. This total here is a 6. It's a 6 at a pick'em. It's moved 2 cents towards the over. It's very little movement here. And Nutflush says, you remember when I gave out the opponent team total over versus the Rockets? He said, I made thousands of dollars, but it was every game until I decided it was done. I had a guy do the same and try to pick the spots and lost. Yeah, it's, look, I imagine when, somebody blames you for costing them 20 grand that they don't come back. And it's just part of doing this publicly. And as much as it sucks, it's just part of it. And it's not the first time I've had to deal with it. We got Nasty Nate in the house. King Stars parlay. That Kings was beautiful. Great job with the Kings there. So we have Spencer Knight, 4-3-2, 2.62 goals against average, 913 save percentage. He's been very good. And Thatcher Demko being good as well. 2.57 goals against average, 911 save percentage. Those are the expected starters. Chicago power play, 21st in the NHL, and 15th ranked penalty kill. Better than we expected, 80.8%. And Vancouver's power play is just at 20%, and it probably won't get much higher than that, despite having the spectacular Quinn Hughes on defense. Their penalty killing is 27th in the league at 69.4%. The Blackhawks coming off their 3rd straight loss, 3-1 at the Kraken on Monday. But they're playing good hockey, good road hockey. They outshot the Kraken 30-24 in the loss. This is game 4 of a 6-game road trip. And they've been outscored 12-6 by the Jets, Oilers, and Kraken. They're playing without their center, who's an important center, Jason Dickinson. So, the Canucks finished off their 3-game road trip with a 5-4 overtime win at Nashville on Monday. They finished their road trip on Monday. They fly back on Tuesday, deal with all the family shit, and have to play again on Wednesday night. This is a spot where I want to fade them. And I am fading them. I'm on the Blackhawks at plus 140, and I'm going to keep fading the Canucks. Now I'll be watching. Well, I probably won't get to watch it until about halfway through the game, but I will be following it closely. And look, Vancouver's playing with a ton of heart and a ton of character. I'm fading them. Let's move on to our final spot on the board. Thank you, DC, my man. Let's talk about the final spot on the board. San Jose Sharks 4-6-3, 2-3-0 on the road. Seattle Kraken 6-4, 4-0-2 at home. Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, Washington. Yaroslav Ask About Me is starting to play well, and I expect him to be a good goaltender. I know that there must be some character issues. There had to be a reason why, Trotzy didn't want this guy in the National Predators when they picked him 12th overall. But he's got talent, and I think that talent will rise up. Joey Decord, 6-1-3, 2.53 goals against average, 9-10 save percentage, 1 shutout. He's playing very well, and they have a pretty interesting spot here. They don't play again. They play next at St. Louis on Saturday night, and they have a back-to-back, which ensures us that Decord will be in net. I want to say, I mean, I don't have that confirmation, but when you go over the schedule, we're like, okay, Decord will play because he's played this whole homestand, which would make you think, when are they going to, give a backup a chance? And they have 2 terrible backups. So I expect Decord to be in net. Let's talk about this line history here for this one, and the most important part in this game, and it is the Sharks injury report. Now, you guys know I'm high on the Sharks. They've cashed my only angle that's been cashing all year is the Sharks first period plus a half when they're big dogs. Now, they're not going to be big dogs for much longer because Maction Saturday is that guy, and Will Smith is as well. And at some point, Maction Saturday will hand Will Smith the Stanley Cup. Probably in 5 years, 4 years. But they have that puck hawk and Will Smith, the magic hands. They're going to be very, very good. I have their season win total over 70.5 points. I believe in this hockey team. But they're dealing with a lot of injuries, and they don't have the depth to handle it. This total opened up at 6.5, minus 115 to the under. It's now minus 120. I took a long look at trying to get under this total, a long one. I didn't get there. There's been a move towards the Sharks. Why wouldn't there be? They're playing good hockey. This opened up at plus 149. It's down to plus 140. For the Kraken, they opened up minus 170. It's down to minus 159. This San Jose Shark injury report is a real problem. It's a real problem. You have Ty Dellandrea, a center, out. Now, he's day-to-day. He could come back at any point. Adam Gaudette, a center, that's out. Then you have Willie Eklund. He's a really important top 6 forward here for them. You have Nick Leddy, a very important defenseman. And whether or not you need Ryan Reeves on the ice, I mean, I don't think you do. But he is a tough guy. And the Sharks hit the road. They had a nice homestand, 2-1-1, and finished with a 3-2 shootout loss to Detroit on Sunday. They're being outshot in a lot of these games. They were outshot 32-18 in the loss. The Kraken snapped their 2-game losing streak with a 3-1 win at home over the Blackhawks on Monday, but both of those losses came in overtime, and they've come against good hockey teams. They're still missing Jared McMahon. But listen to this. The Seattle Kraken have not lost in regulation at home all season long. All season long. So some people are thinking about, well, they've lost 2 of their last 3 games at home. Those both came in overtime. We know the variance and the volatility of overtime. And that's why you have to keep firing. Even when you're hitting 15% in shootouts in overtime, you know that will progress to the mean. You know it always ends up close to the mean. Look, the Kraken are in a great spot. I never liked teams on the 5th game of a 5-game homestand. But again, they don't play again till Saturday night. They don't leave tomorrow. They leave on Friday. I'm on the Kraken on the -1 line here. Kraken on a -1 line. Let me just go back to my action here quickly. I got the Kraken -155 on the money line and plus 158 on the puck line, which gave me a plus 101. Noel 207 in the house. Fernando Mendoza on Chelsea team total over. And Wager Detective shouting out Justin McKelvey on the Raptors last night. A maiden Philly on a Kraken Capitals parlay. There we go. So that's my 5 bets in NHL. I don't think I add anything. I would be interested in the under 6 in that Capitals game and the under 6.5 in the Kraken game. I'm not going to do either of those. So that is me. I'm on the under 6.5 Utah Toronto tonight. I'll be there in person. Capitals -1 at plus 115. The Blackhawks money line at plus 140. And the Kraken -1 at plus 101. I have not been delivering in NHL. It pains me to say that. The amount of losses I'm dealing with in overtime or shootout, not getting empty net goals. I had 3 -1s last night, and they all pushed because they won by just 1. I'm just snake bit, and it will turn around, and I'm going to keep firing as much as possible. Jessica Easton in the house. Here's to a great week. Thank you for saying that. Rich H, thank you. It's very rare we get a chance to to go to a game. So I'm extremely excited about going tonight. That is the the NHL for Wednesday, November 5th. Let's move on to basketball. But before we move on to the NBA, we're going to talk about my first college basketball bet of the young season. 6 p.m. Eastern, Rider Bronx at the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. We're at Jersey Mike's Arena in Piscataway, New Jersey. This is a great spot for me. And the NHL play of the day for Ron Crawford is the Calgary Flames. And the NHL play of the day, the NBA play of the day from Ron Crawford is the LA Lakers. Look forward to talking about that. NBA next year with Justin McKelvey and Billy Brisbane. But yes, we move on to college basketball. Rider Bronx, Rutgers Scarlet Knights here. Jersey Mike's Arena in Piscataway, New Jersey. Let's take a look at the line history here for Rider Rutgers. And I will tell you that when I made this bet, the full game spread was 20.5, and the first half had moved a half point. I wanted to get to 12.5. I could not. I could only get a 12. And this line has been moving since then. So when I made my bet, this had moved towards Rutgers. This opened up with Rutgers minus 19. This was 2 p.m. yesterday. Moved to 19.5. And then last night, there was a big move towards Rutgers. Got to 21. And then 20.5. And then about 2.5 hours ago, there was a huge move towards Rider. A 2-point move to 18.5. In this, around this number, between 12 and 20, I prefer first half bets. My ROI is a little higher on them. From a total standpoint, we have a 139 here. This opened up at 146.5, and it went up to 148. The first move was to the over. Imagine the shock and anger of those sharps who bet that over as soon as it came out, to see it now at 139 flat and juice to the under. Now, if this was the NBA, I would say the advanced models can't be that wrong. But this is not the NBA. And the advanced models don't really know what they're doing. So I'm not going to fade this 7.5 point spot here. Then I moved on the first half, and I will explain why. So Rider opened up their season with a very tough 87-53 loss at Virginia. I like that. I want that. That was on Monday. They head over to Jersey. Now, that game against Virginia, who we know are going to be much stronger than Rutgers this year, was a 7-point game with 5 minutes left in the first half. And it was a 10-point game at the half. Now, we know what Virginia can do to a school like Rider, suffocate them. And that's what happened. Rider shot 32.7 from the field and 25% from the three. But this is a team with a nice backcourt. A backcourt that we're probably going to be able to back when we get into conference play. They have sophomore guard Flash Burton from Philly. He went for 17 points and 6 boards. Now, he turned the ball over 6 times. It's a problem. But again, I don't mind that. I don't mind that happened in game 1 against Virginia. And that's in his head. And coach was all over him, but not really in an angry way, just saying that his teammates weren't helping him. They weren't cutting hard enough. They weren't fighting hard enough. I loved everything coach had to say after the game. This team can be better. They have a senior guard in Zion Cruz. Zion Cruz had a very tough night. Zion Cruz did not look good out there. But they have a return backcourt that knows each other, a sophomore and a senior, and they'll both be better here. Rutgers finished 15-17 last year, 8-12 in the Big Ten, with the 2nd and 5th overall picks in the NBA draft. Now, it's possible that there was heart and character issues with this basketball team last year. They completely underachieved. It's possible that this team will rebound and fight harder than last year's team did. It's possible. But this team is projected to finish 17 out of 18 teams in the Big Ten. They have such a mix. They have transfers. They have freshmen. They signed 2 Europeans who are very good shooters. They have some returning players, and like JaMychal Davis, who's now is the 3rd year in the program. He's going to be the lead guard. He didn't play much last year. 4.6 points, 1.7 assists. I just sit here and think this is a great opportunity. I got Ryder Bronx first half at plus 12. It was minus 115 at 365. When the big move happened from 20.5 down to 18.5, I saw that the first half had moved to 11.5, which is where it is now. So I only beat the first half move by a half point. I would have liked to have more, but I will take it. I will take it. So that is my first spot in the college basketball season. Ryder Bronx first half at plus 12, minus 115. And so I don't have any problem with the 11.5 either. If you can get the 12, I would get it. But again, the opportunity for a team that, gets slapped in the face by a better team in their first game of the year, getting to play 2 nights later against a team that hasn't played yet. It's just a fun spot here. It's something that I will be attacking here throughout the beginning of the season. And we start in Piscataway, baby. Jersey Mike's Arena. All right, it is time to get into the NBA. We have best bets coming in from cappers in our chat. We have Gorky on the Spurs money line. We have a Stacks play of the day as well that we will be discussing. We have 9 Legacy on the Heat, Pelicans, Celtics, and Jazz. We have Kent Davies on Boston first half team total over and Sixers first quarter. Let's attack here in the NBA. Let me just move over a couple things here. We're going to start with Cavaliers, the Sixers Cavaliers. So let me just make sure I got the NBA up here for the cash flow. And let's move our line history over here quickly to NBA. And we are money here, money in the bank. And then let's get up the information from shoot-arounds, if there is any. And let's attack. We have Billy Brisbane and Justin McKelvey joining us here shortly. But let's attack. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Philadelphia 76ers 5-2, 3-1 on the road at the Cleveland Cavaliers 4-3, 2-1 at home. We're at Rocket Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. The Sixers are playing with the 21st fastest pace in the league, 100.5 possessions a game. And they're shooting the ball beautifully, 47.1 from the field, 40.2 from 3. The Cavaliers are playing at the 10th fastest pace in the league, 102.57 points per game. That's 10th fastest in the league, shooting 44.5 from the field and 34.9 from 3. Let's set up the injury report here and set up the situation at hand and the line history. So we have the Cleveland Cavaliers minus 10, double-digit favorites here, and it's based upon this very tough injury report where we're still trying to get more information. At this point, Embiid is doubtful, and that means Bona is going to be at center. So Bona and Jabari Walker at the 5 and 4. It's probably not what you would want against this very tough front court of the Cavaliers, but it is a tough front court that is questionable. Jarrett Allen is questionable right now with a finger injury. He's missed 2 games with this fractured finger. So that is crucial information. Is it going to be Larry Nance and Dean Wade, or are you going to get Jarrett Allen back in action? We also have DeAndre Hunter and Darius Garland questionable. Oh, God, the NBA will never cease to do this to us. So now Hunter is sick. So they're going to give us an update after warmups, but he's not going to be at shoot-around because he's sick. So we have DeAndre Hunter sick, possible missing in action. Jared Allen's missed 2 games already with this fractured finger. And then we go to Darius Garland because we know Max Strus is out, and then Sam Merrill questionable as well. So are we going to see Garland's first game off from toe surgery? I think that the line is telling us that we will see Darius Garland's first game. This is a lot of ifs and whats in this one. It is tough, very tough to really trust the situation here. We have the Sixers on the second half of a back-to-back. 113-111 loss last night at the Bulls. They travel to Cleveland. It's not far, but it's not enjoyable to travel after the game. They didn't look also third game in 4 nights here, and they've lost 2 of their last 3. They started this road trip with a nice win, and this road trip ends tonight They go back home and they start a homestand on Saturday night versus the Raptors. The 113-111 loss was heartbreaking. They were in complete control. It looked like outscored by 13 in the fourth quarter, shoot 42.6 from the field and 36.7 from three. And then you have the other issue of Maxey going all out, going all out in that one. 39 minutes. Edgecombe played 38 minutes. Oubre played 33 minutes. This is a very, very difficult situation for these Sixers here. Much love, G. Thank you for rocking with us, my man. It means a ton. It means a ton. Thank you, my man. And Jem Bet says star player return theory could be in play. It could be and would be. And Kent Davies first quarter plus 3.5. DC Capper on the Sixers. It's just very difficult to trust the team on the third game in 4 nights when your star players played a taint hair under 40 minutes each. Very, very difficult. And I don't know if I want to go there. I like backing teams on the second half of back-to-back in the first quarter, but generally it's not a third game in 4 nights. I just think that we're asking so much. Now let's take a look at the total. Let's take a look at the cash flow, and then we can move on to our next spot on the board. This total opened up at 233.5 and has just climbed and climbed. We're now at 236. This is the high watermark for this total. Yes, Joel Embiid's going to be rested here. Woo Rizza says too much movement. Woodley and Cavs team total over, but Garland may be coming back for first game tonight. Man Bear Pigs says 76ers probably want to bounce back from giving up their lead late last night. Again, I mean, when you play your star guards 40 minutes each, I mean, it's very difficult. DC Capper says Philadelphia still wins. Cash flow, 52% of the tickets are on Cleveland, but 88% of the cash. That's a lot of money here. For Circus got 61% of the tickets on the Cavaliers and 88% of the cash. Now they've moved it, to 10. This opened up at 9.5. They moved it to 11 and they brought it back to 10, which isn't a great sign. I don't feel like there's enough here. Jerry Jones says blowing that 24-point lead. I don't feel like I've got enough here. I guess I would look towards the under, but I'm not going to get into a spot where it's moved 3 points towards the over. I'm not going to sit here and say, I know better. Philadelphia's going to be tired. The bench is going to be used. Cavaliers are going to be out of rhythm, especially if they bring back Darius Garland. You put it all together, and this is the NBA bullshit, which I kind of like. Look, I love capping NBA, but you have all these guys on the injury report. You have some guys sick. You have the second half of a back-to-back. You have a star player returning. I mean, you put it all together, and what comes out? An angle that you trust? Not for me. 40 kid on Maxey over 29.5 points. Woo Rizza says can't make a move till you see a full injury report. Let's bring on our first guest. We have 2 joining us here for this big, beautiful NBA card. Please welcome from South Jersey, star of the Locker Room Talk podcast, which premiered our new episode on 6 p.m. last night. It will be our showcase episode or video throughout the week. Please welcome our guy, Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
We're doing good. Nice little afternoon here. Hopefully we can get some NBA winners through the hoop. Thought the capping was good yesterday. Just didn't get the right shit through the hoop. The Warriors game had a technical foul with like a minute and 45 seconds left, which kind of like threw off the game flow. And then Jeremiah Fears got benched for Jose Alvarado. It was Alvarado day.
Grand Theft Alvarado. Well, let's flip the page to today, my friend. Sixers, Cavaliers. Did you move on this one?
Pre-warning, I didn't move on any games. I'm kind of working out through the card right now.
No worries.
I think this is a bad spot for Philly. Second half of a back-to-back, no Embiid, on the road versus Cleveland. I kind of feel like they're hungry for a win. We'll see what the injury reports are. 4th game of a homestand for Cleveland, and while it's 10.5, I feel like, I don't know, Garland's back in the lineup for Cleveland. Maybe that gives them the extra boost that they need. I definitely do feel like Philadelphia is live to cover a 10.5 spread, but I also feel like the other side of the coin where they're definitely overdue for like a dead spot or like a dud type of game. And this might be the game. Cleveland team total over 122.5. No Embiid on the court. We'll probably see the pace of play pick up for Philadelphia. Philadelphia team total under 112.5. Maybe if they end up having a dud, they go under their team total. And then the player prop that I would try to attack in this game would be Evan Mobley double-double. Got to look around what the line is. But just thinking about this game, broad view perspective, seems like a spot where Sixers might miss Embiid, Evan Mobley going against guys like Kelly Oubre and shit like that makes me think Cleveland might cover the spread, regardless of what the market looks like.
So many moving parts here. It's a little too much for me, honestly. I want to fade the star player coming back. I don't want to back a team on the third game of 4 nights. I don't want to back a team second half of back-to-back. It felt like Nurse was going all out to win last night because he was maybe nervous about tonight's spot, knowing that there'd be no Embiid here. And so he plays, Edgecombe for 38, Maxey for 39. I can't get there. It just does not appeal to me. Is there anything you want to make official for Sixers Cavs?
Nothing official here. Let me just look through everything one last time. I mean, this total is getting steamed up here. This total's up at 236.5. I think Cleveland, it's like, I don't want to sound like the guy, but like, I think Cleveland's going to win this basketball game. Like, I don't know how to finagle it. I just don't want to pay 10.5. It's just like 9.5 and 10.5 is a little bit different than just saying, they're going to win this basketball game. But I think Cleveland wins, and I think they go over their team total in this one.
Yeah, I mean, let's hear from our next guest. See if he's moving on game one of this big, beautiful NBA card. Please welcome star of the Stacks play of the day, Justin Mcelvy, to the show.
Stacks.
Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good, Briz. My fault, y'all. I had the order mixed up.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, man. I had no idea what the order was, so I was just kind of.
I thought he was going to college next.
No worries. No worries. It's great to have you guys here. Let's get after it. The NBA is the star of the show today. This is where we got to make cash, and this game does not appeal to me to get the cards started. Brizzy and I are staying off. It doesn't seem like a lot of people want to get involved here in the chat. Nasty Nate moving on Cavs second quarter, which does make sense if you think about Edgecombe and Maxey playing 38 and 39 minutes, and they're going to have to get a rest at some point, which would be, early in the second quarter for sure. Justin, is there anything?
But you don't know what they're going to do with the Bona-Drummond situation. Bona won a stat game against the Wizards a couple of nights ago. We literally benched Joel Embiid in the last 4 minutes, but Andre Drummond has a better resume. It's just like, I don't know. Like who's to say Andre Drummond doesn't come off the bench and just starts dominating?
Well, I would say it.
I'm just saying, I'm not dominating. Like, Andre Drummond domination means like grabbing a bunch of rebounds and getting block shots and not letting Evan Mobley go off for 40 points.
No, I know. I feel you. Justin, are you moving on Sixers Cavs?
No, I have absolutely nothing in this game. It's not a prop. I wanted to get, even though it was kind of backwards after yesterday, but I wanted to get to the Sixers first half, and I just couldn't. Just with all the my angle was with all these players coming back from the Cavs, but after yesterday, what the Sixers did, I can't get to them first half. So
Let's roll to new opportunities. 7 p.m. Eastern, we have Utah Jazz 3-4, 1-3 on the road to Detroit Pistons, 5-2, 2-1 at home at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. Both teams playing at a similar pace, right around 101 possessions a game. Utah ranked 19th, Detroit ranked 17th in pace of play. Utah 100.86 possessions a game, not shooting the ball very well, 44.6 from the field and 31.6 from three. Pistons 17th fastest pace, 101.36 possessions a game, shooting much better of late. Overall this year. And again, we're going to keep the stats through the first 10 games, And then after the 10 games are gone, maybe 11 or 12. But then we're going to cut down into 5-game stanzas. 45.7 from the field and 34.4 from 3. We have a Pistons squad that won't have Sasser, Ivy, and Tobias Harris during Isaiah Stewart, Thompson, Robinson, and Cunningham. There's your starting 5. And Kessler is out, and so is Niang. Doesn't matter. So Nurkic will be at the 5. Nurkic, Hendricks, Markkanen, Mikhailuk, and George at the 1. Let's take a look at the line history here and set this one up for our guys. Jazz coming off a big win, 105-103. They lost badly at Phoenix. They lost badly at Charlotte. And then they turn it on against Boston and win 105-103. That was on Monday. This road trip is going on. They play Minnesota. It's a home and home, but they head off to Minnesota after this game. They play Minnesota on Friday night. For these Pistons, a team that I think everybody wants to back right now. They finished up their homestand. They beat Orlando by margin, beat Dallas by margin, went on the road on Monday and beat Memphis. And now they're here with a 3-game winning streak under their belt, and they head off to Brooklyn. They don't need to leave after the game. They leave tomorrow. They have Brooklyn Friday, and then Monday is a back-to-back at Philly and then at home versus Washington. I think there's an urgency here to win this one. Make it 4 in a row when they do have some tough scheduling issues coming up. This total opened up at 232. It dropped down to 229.5, got back up to 232.5. So that's where it is there. And from a point spread scenario, we have Detroit minus 9.5 and minus 110. They opened up at 9, got up to 10.5. Now they're back at 9.5. Still, it's a half-point move towards them. And when we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have 54% of the tickets on Detroit and 85% of the cash. 54 and 85. So big bets are coming in Detroit, just like they were coming in on Philadelphia, that 52% of tickets, 86% of cash. Here we have 54% of tickets and 85% of cash on Detroit. And we go to a book like Circa. They've got 57% of the tickets on Detroit and 86% of the cash, and yet this has moved to 9.5. So Circa is taking 8.6 of every $10 on the Detroit Pistons, and they move it a point towards the Jazz, who are probably a team that one would want to fade after a win. But it's tricky to do that under these circumstances here. Justin, let's start with you, Jazz Pistons.
I'm going to give it up because I bet it, but I don't know how much confidence I still have in it. But I'll take whatever number you get. But I took the Jazz plus 10.5. And when I first looked at it, and I was a little worried that they beat the Celtics the previous game outright. And then I look at it, they got a cup game on the road, which is a home-and-home game with the Timberwolves coming up, I think that you just mentioned. But I kind of like this Jazz team. I usually want them at home as a dog. But this Pistons team, I just don't see them blowing nobody out. They're finally back at home now. They just took my money. I tried to get that out of my mind. I did a video Monday and faded this Pistons team and took the Grizzlies. And it didn't really work out. And I'm going to fade them again. I got 10.5, but I'll take the best number that you can get. I just think that this Utah Jazz team, I don't want them early. I think whether the back door could be open in this game, I don't think they're going to quit. And with Detroit, if I've seen it correct or heard you right, this is their last game. They're hitting on the road. So I just think this is a good spot for the Jazz. And then hearing you talk about the money and the percentages, which I don't usually get into until I'm on Pub, kind of made me a little bit more confident. I wasn't even going to give it out until you read that. I was going to just give my opinion, but I kind of like the spot for them. I think they keep it close. No money line. I don't think they're going to win it outright, but I think they're going to keep it close. And even though it's two different teams and years, but Penn State, take the Jazz, they've been in 15 out of the last 18 times. They only play twice a year, though, but that's a lot.
Well, I can get you a plus 10
I'll
at
take
minus 111, so that's the best number I can find here. I get it. I get why you're on it. The cash flow is indicating that they're not concerned with this Pistons money coming in. Let's hear from you, Billy. Jazz Pistons.
Yeah. I feel like both teams are overcoming like bad spots. Utah was on the second night of a back-to-back, beating Boston at TD. Kind of like bad teams play well early. Detroit, they kind of found some consistency, wins before and after the Mexico trip, double-digit win versus the Mavericks over the weekend. Vegas is I feel like Vegas is like overvaluing the season number rather than like the spot. Not a fan of the sandwich spot laying the double digits, but I like Detroit here in this spot. It's one of those type of games where like think Detroit win, mad at you if you take the plus 10.5, but I don't know, it seems like a Detroit spot. One of these games it feels like Utah is going to let down. And the Boston one's pretty wild. I mean, plus 10.5, they win outright. Now everybody sees the same exact line against Detroit, and think it's free money until Detroit comes in here and they show that they're of that tier. I mean, Detroit's been rolling outside of that Cleveland loss. Their wins have been pretty impressive fashion.
Are you making this official for record keeping, Brizzy?
No, I'm still working through the card. I'll let you know by the end of the segment and all that. Okay. Kind of got thrown in here, and I wasn't firing off crazily today in the NBA, but do as when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and we'll add some NBA bets to the card today.
The Romans
I always heard that. What exactly does that mean? I always wanted to ask that.
The Romans have sex with men, so generally it means if I see other men having sex with each other, I'm going to have sex with them too. Is that what it means?
That's a crazy statement.
No, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. In my statement means, you do as you're supposed to be done. You're supposed to do what's ahead of you. You're given a slate of games, and you're supposed to bet these slate of games in impressive fashion. So we researched the game since last night, since Jim hit me up in the DMs, but some tennis bets and some things have driven my attention away from placing the accept button on some of these tickets. But I have all these spots written down and player props and stuff written down, and I like Detroit.
Cap basketball like the Romans do. All right, let's
I always wanted to ask that for 47 years. I always heard people say that when in Rome, do what the Romans do.
Yeah, I've never said it in my life.
We're not going to go down. We're not going to go down the other pathway that this will lead down to, but there is truth behind that. Yes.
Yeah, I was the opposite. I hit Jimmy up like, what up? What's the schedule? So I was ready. I got a whole bunch of bets.
Well, let's attack. That's
wild.
I think this is the Cade Cunningham show of like, if you look at this from like a broad view perspective, bro, who's really stopping Cade Cunningham? Keontae George, Sevi Mikhailiuk, Isaiah Collier. Come on, like this is Cade Cunningham, 30-plus point ass whooping. Detroit Pistons are actually a good basketball team now.
Yeah, I think if the books were telling us a different story here, I would be very interested in the Pistons. I'd want to fade the Jazz after that win. I do not want to do it under these circumstances, but there's a huge card here, so we're gonna have lots of opportunities. Let's move on. 7 p.m. Eastern. We have
would you give me plus 10 for what was it?
Plus 10 minus 111.
All right, thank you.
Plus 10, no worries. Brooklyn Nets 0-7, 0-3 on the road at the Indiana Pacers, 1-6, 1-3 at home at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. Brooklyn playing at the 25th fastest pace, 99.14 possessions a game, shooting 44.6 from the field and 32.4 from three. The Pacers shooting at playing at the 12th fastest pace in the NBA, 102.45 possessions a game, shooting 40.7 from the field and 30.2 from three. They're having a very difficult time getting good-looking shots, getting clean shots. They are just hurting out here. So, as you guys know, the injury report's ridiculous. But Toppin, Nembhard, Mathurin, McConnell out. That's the important part here. Powell and Highsmith out for the Nets. So Shepard, Neesmith, Walker, Siakam, and Jackson is your starting five here. Let's take a look at this line history and set this one up to attack. First off, Brooklyn, of course, coming off margin losses over and over and over again. Now, they played Atlanta tough in the first game of a homestand, but then I don't know what happened. So they lose by this 24 to the Sixers, by 16 to Minnesota. The Pacers coming off a very tough 117-115 loss. They covered at home. It was game 3 of their homestand. This is just a one-off road trip. They play the Brooklyn Nets. They play at Detroit on Friday, so it's just a one-off road trip. And for these Pacers here, the Pacers, this is game 3 of their homestand, and it ends here. And they don't have to leave tonight. They don't have to leave tomorrow. They won't fly to Denver until Friday, and then they have a back-to-back: Saturday at Denver, Sunday at Golden State, Tuesday at Utah, Thursday at Phoenix. 4-game road trip, 4 games in 6 nights, 3 games in 4 nights. So it's a tough spot. This is a must-win situation. Now that was a game that meant a lot to them. Maybe you want to fade them after a game that meant a lot to them, but to me, this is like a Pacers go out there must win. When you play against Brooklyn, you want to make sure that your team is hungry and it has accountability. Wouldn't you think that the Pacers would feel that way here in this situation? They open up at 6.5, go to 7. They're back at 6.5. So there's been no movement on the side. From a total standpoint, with a 231.5, this opened up at 232.5, dropped down to 231, got a 232.5, 231, a 1-point move towards the under. And let's get to the cash flow here for this spot. 53% of the tickets and 62% of the cash is on the Pacers. So you'd like to see a line move a little bit. We're not seeing that. Circa hasn't put out their numbers yet for how much is coming in, but you'd want to see this go to 7 or 7.5 if you really trusted the Pacers to take care of business. 91% of tickets on the under and 88% of cash on the under. Brizzy, we start with you. Brooklyn, Indiana Pacers. Take it away.
Yeah, I feel like we're finally starting to see like signs of light of the Pacers getting their first win against Golden State and then down the wire versus Milwaukee. I thought that was a game that they definitely could have won. 4th game of a homestand here. I definitely feel like no secret that like Brooklyn's on like an all-time fade alert. Like you can blindly bet against Brooklyn and kind of make money. It feels like one of these days I feel like it's going to catch up. Do I think the Indiana Pacers are a team that I want to be laying 6.5 points with? No, but it's the NBA, so it's of the given day. And on this Wednesday, November the 5th, yes, I think the Pacers smack up on the Nets. It's how do you want to bet it? Are we going to take the double result? Am I going to buy down 1.5 points? Because this could be some NBA fuckery bullshit at the end, and this game finish at 6, and people that get the ass end of the line or end up being pissed off. Or is this a Pacers team total over? Kind of want to see some of a little bit of this injury news report here for the Pacers because it's not all clear and dandy on their injury news report. Johnny Furphy is out. I would preferably like to see Ray J. Dennis in the lineup.
He's probable.
And all right, Ray J. Dennis is in the lineup. Good.
He's the only one. And all of the rest are out. There's no questionables.
Okay. So Furphy and Quentin Jackson are both out.
Out.
That might make me not want to play the team total over, but dude, it just feels like you can blindly bet against the Nets and take the team total over and get paid.
Yeah, I kind of want to see a sign. Now it's a 50-50 ticket count. I just kind of want to see a sign that the books have some concern about money coming out of the Pacers. Justin, take it away. Nets Pacers.
Excuse me. I have a little bit to say. I don't have no action in this game. I caught a falling knife last night with the Pelicans, and I really don't want to make a habit of that. And I don't really want this Pacers team, especially it's not a huge favorite, but this is a big favorite. Nets, they've been scrappy for the most part. Like, I mean, they suck, but I don't want to be on the Nets. I was looking at Cam for a player prop, but then they get blown out, so I didn't want to be on Cam. The Pacers got so many injuries. I don't know when they're gonna stand up. They fought hard against the Bucks on Monday night and lost. And if anything, I kind of wanted to be on the Nets. I feel like this could be 2 losses in a row. Like they really got up for that Bucks game, and they really I talked to somebody from Indy, and he was in my ear for a whole week about this game, about Miles and about the Bucks, and they really wanted to win that game. So to lose that game with a Bucks game winner, like I just think it took a lot out of them. I think it could be like where one loss turns into two. Like I just think they're emotionally checked out. Like this game, they might need another game to rest. I just don't want the Pacers. If anything, I would be on the Nets. Like I think it's a lot of points for a team that they fight. They just don't win. Like they fight and fight. They're just horrible. And it's a total bowl game, but I really wanted to get on the Nets, but I felt like I escaped yesterday with the Pelicans, so I didn't want to test my luck for 2 days. I got 7 bets. I couldn't make this one of them.
Yeah, I don't. If we're sitting here, and I'm lacking action, I maybe I want to revisit this, but at this point, it just seems like it's probably a sharp line. Pacers probably win this game by 6 or something like that.
It feels that way.
Yeah, books aren't moving it at all.
I couldn't feel any more the same of like, this is going to fall right. Like, this is one of those type of games where you might want to buy the extra. If you're going to bet the Pacers, I'd buy it down to 5.5, 3.5, see if your book's giving you a little profit boost or something like that. Because Pacers probably win this game, but it's probably a close margin. And
I would do the opposite. I would buy up with the Nets.
Yeah, I can completely understand the situation. This isn't appealing at this point. We have Piker in the house. He's looking at an under. I mean, that seems very feasible. These teams are shooting poorly, and they're not, moving quickly.
And it's going down because I thought I seen it 234 this morning, 234.5. I want to say.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's at 231.5 now. It was at 232.5. Let me just double check and make sure that's 231.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I seen it 234 this morning because
wow.
I'm not an under better, but I was like, damn, I just thought in my head, like, first thought was that seemed kind of high. But like the Pacers should blow this team out, but I don't know. They beat the Warriors, so it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's an ugly one, but we'll find. Let's keep digging. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. The Washington Wizards 1-6, 1-3 on the road. The Boston Celtics 3-5, 1-3 at home. TD Garden, Boston, Massachusetts. Washington playing at the second fastest pace in the NBA, 105.08 possessions a game, and they're shooting the ball okay, especially from 3. They're shooting the ball wonderfully from 38.1% from 3, 45.3 from the field. Boston, the slowest pace in the NBA. 96.69 possessions a game, and they're not efficient. There's been times over the last couple of years where they played at a very slow pace and they'd still put up 125 points because they were so efficient. They're not shooting the ball well. 43.3 from the field, 31.2 from 3. It's a very simple injury report. Finally, Tatum out, Middleton out. So Tatum out for the Celtics, of course, and Middleton out for the Wizards. So we know exactly what the hell's happening here. No surprises, no questionables, and no bullshit. By the way, Curtis Berry got the Nets +7 last night. I get it. Will Wizard says Wizards. Sadly, we have the Celtics coming off 2 straight losses. They lost at home to Houston, and that was a. Oh, sorry, move over here. That was an ugly one. They lose by 27 points. And you think that they'd bounce back against the Jazz. That was not the case. They lost 105-103. A very surprising low character game. And this is the end of their homestand. They go down to Orlando and play Orlando back-to-back on the 7th and the 9th. But they stay in Orlando for those 2 spots. The Wizards, they just lose and lose and lose. Coming off a 119-102 loss at the Knicks on Monday. They're not on this back-to-back or anything like that. They play at home against Cleveland Friday and then Saturday at home against Dallas. They have a back-to-back coming up, but they're not on one right now. So that is the situation here. Let's take a look at the line history and then hand it over to our guys. We'll start with Brizzy here for this one. We'll start with Justin here for this one. We have this total at 233. It's minus 105 to the under. This opened up at 230.5, dropped all the way down to 228.5 before it started climbing. Now we're at 233. I mean, it's funny for this. You would say, well, who's going to dictate the pace? And you would think the Celtics at home will dictate the pace, slowest pace in the league. But they're saying Washington's going to be running up and down the floor, I guess, to tire these guys out. Celtics are minus 12.5. They open up at 12, drop down to 11, and then get up to 12.5. This is a wild number for Boston, but they're being backed 60% of the tickets and 93% of the cash. 93% of the cash. So you go to Circa, and Circa opens this up at 10.5. at 9:44 p.m. They move it to 12 15 minutes later. That's a big move by Circa. So they had some sharps coming in, betting the Celtics at the 10.5. They got up to 13, and now it's come back a half point to 12.5 here. Take it away for us, Justin. Wizards, Celtics.
Yeah, I do got action in this game. And you said it for me. They got blown out against the Rockets. They lost to the Jazz. But the thing about when they lost to the Jazz was their whole team, especially Jaylen Brown, he was outspoken about it. They feel like they got cheated. They feel like he got tripped. I seen the play. I don't know. He definitely got tripped, but I don't feel the way he feels. But I'm on the Boston Celtics team total over. And I do think that the Wizards are going to dictate pace. Usually I think the home team, especially as slow as Boston plays, but I think this is going to be an angry, frustrated Boston Celtics team. And still at home, coming off of 2 embarrassing losses, like you get blown out. You didn't get blown out, but you lost by a buzzer beater, last-minute shot to the Jazz. That should not have happened. You feel like you got cheated. I think it's a giddy-up spot. Washington played very fast. I think Boston going to speed up the pace to match their pace. I don't think the Wizards going to go away. That's why I didn't want to lay the 12 points because I don't feel like the Wizards are going to go away. But I also couldn't bet the Wizards. But I'll take a pissed off Boston Celtics teams to run the score up. And I'll take the best number you can get.
Wow, this is interesting. I mean, they put out, the books put out a number that nobody in their right mind would want to bet the Celtics at. God, makes me think that they should probably be bet here. Huh. Brizzy, I'm going to look for this team total for our guy, Justin. Brizzy, what's your plan?
I mean, reality's kind of setting in for Boston fans with back-to-back home losses to Houston and Utah. I mean, the construction of this roster isn't really what the point spread reputation that the books are giving them. But I actually think this is a Boston smack spot. You're getting back-to-back home losses. Last one, they're pretty hungry. I know on FanDuel they have the 10-plus win margin. That seems like the spot to attack in this spot. I think the Celtics win this game. I don't know about the total. I like the total. 123.5 points is a lot of fucking points in a basketball game, and maybe it's a little bit of the clickers remorse button. Justin told me about the Warriors are going to fall just short in the team total yesterday, and boy, did they did, man. They literally fell 2 points short of the fucking total. And it's like you couldn't bet the point spread because it ended up pushing. So if you bet the spread, you got to push. I'm saying like the closing spread ended up pushing. The total finished just right there, and the money line was certified. But Sam Hauser though for player props is really popping for this one. His point prop is 8.5, 3-point prop 2.5. He should go over his prop tonight. He's been seeing 23 to about 28 minutes off the bench. Washington allows the second most catch and shoot 3-pointers, shots and attempts so far. And Hauser's tied for 4th in the NBA for catch and shoot 3-pointers. And he's got some pretty insane history against the Wizards in his last 5 games. 4 for 7, 4 for 9, 3 for 5, 4 for 11, and 10 for 13 for 3-pointers. And Boston's a 12-point home favorite. Hauser's averaging 3.67 threes on 9 3-point attempts in Boston's 3 wins this season. So one of those type of ones we might circle back around to Sam Hauser for the player prop market.
This is tricky. I mean, I think, Wu Rezis, as all I'm going to say is Wizards can match up with the Celtics personnel-wise. They probably have a better 4-5. What the Celtics are throwing out there.
Alex Sarr is going to have a game today, I feel like. I just the numbers have been just bumped up a little bit, but Alex Sarr is definitely going to pop. If you play daily fantasy, he's popping in like DraftKings and FanDuel.
Yeah,
his point prop is at 14.5, juiced towards the over. Some books have moved it to 15.5. His rebound prop tonight is at 8.5 plus money. So that one, all of his props have moved up from where it opened up. The rebound prop opened up at 7.5, minus 130, went to 145, moved to 8.5 at plus 110. And the point prop is at only one book has 14.5. The rest of them are at 15.5 at minus 110.
Huh. Ron, I copied and pasted but I must not have pressed copy because I repeated the last copy. Can you put, if you don't mind, your spreadsheet plays in the back in again? My fault. I screwed that up somehow. And I wanted to talk about it. So I think that, okay, they're putting the Celtics at a number that nobody in their right mind would want to bet after watching them the last two games. That's what I'm left with. That's the underlying theme to me. Is that who in the right mind would want to back the Celtics?
They're laying 12 fucking points. Like what? Like if I'm not to be mistaken, that's the biggest favorite of the card.
Well, it also is, that sort of appeals to me. And then when I think about, are they just going to come out and smack them right off the hop? I kind of want to take the first quarter, first half. Flames Lakers. Okay, thank you, Ron. So I'm interested. This goes with my theme of wanting things to be expensive.
I feel like the fade on the Wizards is in the fourth quarter. When I bet the Sixers the other week, and then somebody else I bet against the Wizards, they just fold in the fourth quarter. The game fuck around, be close. They go into the fourth quarter, and then they just end up letting up the Sixers with a 20-point fucking comeback win. Like, the Wizards are a fourth quarter fade, in my opinion.
I don't have a book that offers it, but I wish, and I wouldn't make it official, but it's something I'd probably bet on my spare time, like the Celtics to have 100 in the third quarter. I think this is going to be all gas, no brakes. Like, they're going to take all their frustrations out on the Wizards. But the thing about it is, I'm not so sure the Wizards are going to go away until the third quarter. That's why I don't want to be on the spread. I just want to count on a mad team just to run up the score.
Yeah,
the problem with the Celtics is the interior. You can't just be going up against teams in the NBA with fucking Namius, Queta, and company and think you're going to be winning NBA games by margin. Like, you need a little bit more down low than that. Like, literally look at the Celtics front court. Namius, Queta, Sam Hauser.
It's ugly.
And what I started doing this is the first year I really started doing this, like in NBA. I looked at it after I made the bet. Well, before I made the bet, I was like, how can I lose this team total over? And I was like, there's only one possible way I lose this team total over. It's not even a blowout. It's that I'm wrong about who dictates the pace. If the Celtics dictate the pace, then I'm shot. That's the only way I lose this. And I don't think there's a chance that they play slow when they're angry. And Washington, from what I've seen from all their games, like, they dictate the pace. And why not? Dictate the pace to a team that's mad? Yeah, I love this team total over.
I think you're on the right track. And I'm at my best when I say that to myself. When I'm not rushing, I say, how do I lose this bet? And I write down how I would lose it. That's when I'm...
And that's what you taught me that. I wrote down, I was like, the only way I lose this bet, it's not even a blowout. The only way I lose this bet is if I'm completely wrong about who dictates the pace.
I've been doing that with my NFL totals, how I lose it, and writing the script, how I lose it. And I've been smashing. It's the best I've ever done in NFL totals in my life. So it's a great way of handling things. We have Justin making moves on Boston team total over 122.5 at minus 113. Let me know if anybody can find better, because everything I found was around 122.5, somewhere more juice than that. So if anyone can find better, let us know. Line shopping here. We move on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the Minnesota Timberwolves 4-3, 3-1 on the road at New York Knicks 4-3, but undefeated at Madison Square Garden in New York. Now we got a game. Finally. Let's break this one down. This one is should be very fun. First off, the injury report. Towns questionable, Ant questionable. So it's not easy. Let's see if we get any update from the shoot-arounds here.
Ant was at shoot-around, I heard.
Say what, my man?
It said Ant was at shoot-around. That's what I heard earlier.
That helps. Towns is
Ant's
sick.
playing, and I don't think Towns is playing.
Yeah, Towns is sick. They're going to reevaluate here. Towns is not supposed to be an injury report because he's sick. And then
Towns don't want this smoke.
Crazy. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he?
What? This was the biggest trade of last year's training camp. They go inside training camp. They say, you know what? New owners say, you know what, Karl Anthony Towns, you ain't it, bro. We got to send you off out to New York or some shit like that because we got some bills to pay and your contract a little bit too much money. And Dante DiVincenzo got traded. They did the big AT&T commercial with Jalen Brunson and fucking Josh Hart and Mikal Bridges and walking in the tunnel with fucking DiVincenzo, and they give him the fucking hat, and DiVincenzo grabs it. This is a huge game. Last year, fucking Dante DiVincenzo literally got into a fight with Jalen Brunson's dad, who's an assistant coach of the New York Knicks. And he said, oh, y'all want to trade me and do me like that? And they were really about to start scrapping in a preseason game. This has a lot of intensity. This is why this is on primetime. This is the game of the day.
It's certainly the game of the day. It closes up this 3-game road trip for the Timberwolves. They've looked good against weak opponents, beat the Bobcats, beat the Hornets 122-105 on Saturday. Isn't that the worst name in basketball? I don't know why. Bobcats. Beat Brooklyn 125-109 on Monday, beat them by 16. So 17-16 against weak opponents. To finish off this trip, they head back and host Utah on Friday. The Knicks have won the first 2 games of their homestand. Again, they're undefeated at home. They're coming off a 119-102 victory over Washington. What made it impressive was it was the second half of a back-to-back. They had beaten the Bulls the night before by 12, and they're in a beautiful spot. This is game 3 of a 7-game homestand. I mean, this is a great spot. They're just going to be at home. It's just too bad that Karl Anthony Towns is sick. I mean, it just takes a lot out of it. Shout out to Treek B in the house. Welcome, my man. We are talking Timberwolves, Knicks. Let's take a look at this line history. By the way, Minnesota playing 23rd fastest pace, almost the exact same pace as the Knicks, who are 22nd. Knicks 100.21 possessions a game, Minnesota 99.57. The difference is the Timberwolves are shooting the ball beautifully, 49.8 from the field, 40.2 from 3. Very impressive. The Knicks are shooting the ball well from 3, but they're not getting easy 2s. Just 43.5 from the field are these New York Knicks. Let's take a look at the line history, and we'll have Brizzy lead us off here in this one. We have the Knicks -3. They opened up at -4.5, got up to 5, and then obviously the cat news came out. God, what a mess. What a mess it is capping NBA these days. From a total standpoint, we have a 228. This one opened up at 229.5, climbed up to 230.5, 230, and then dropped down to 228. So we have it moving to the under. That's probably predicated on the fact that Cat is not going to be at shoot around and is sick. We have 50% of the tickets and 93% of the cash on the New York Knicks. Those gamblers that have moved on the Knicks are very upset, I imagine, that Cat's now sick. 64% of tickets on the under, 89% cash on the under. Brizzy, take it away.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a choppy, chippy type of game. I don't like the bet totals in the NBA, but I mean, this has all the makings of what you would want to do for a total. This game is important enough for Anthony Edwards to say, fuck that hamstring injury and suit up for this one in Madison Square Garden for this one tonight. And the role players around him have been playing well, and that actually might help them. But it's like I like the spot for Minnesota on the road, but I also think this is an under. This is a dead set fucking under. This is a primetime television game. This is going to be on ESPN. Everyone's going to have same game parlays and player props and oh my God, and get all hype and watch this shit be a dead fucking under. One of those East Coast game unders. Because, like, there's so much animosity between these two teams that I have this game being played off like a playoff game. Like, they're going to be locking up, really playing defense. This isn't going to be your NBA run-of-the-mill regular season game where everybody's just running off in the fast break and just dunking. And then you throw in the caveat, which kind of makes me not want to bet on Minnesota, is Anthony Edwards back in the lineup. They win back-to-back games by like double digits, and now he's back in the lineup to fuck everything up. Like it's just like, all right, man, you're just going to make me have to bet on the total. I like the under in this game. Under 228.5 looks like certified. So, like, this looks like it looks like one of the better bets of the card. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of defense played in this one.
I think you nailed it. It's one thing to have the playoff type atmosphere, but it's another thing, putting up heavy points without Ant, and then Ant comes back and wants the ball. You don't have Karl Anthony Towns, which means that you're going to have to, do different things with the 4. One of them is putting Anunoby there, which he doesn't want to do. He doesn't really like banging down low if he doesn't have to, I think you've nailed it here with the under 228.5. And let's hear what Justin has to say about this one. Take it away.
Well, I do like your under, but I'm not on it. I'm not really. That was the first thing I looked at, and I'm not an under better, but I was waiting for the Ant news, and then I just heard. I didn't see it. I heard right before I came on that Ant was at shoot around, and I didn't know about Cap, but it makes me love it even more. Even though I probably missed the number, but I think it's gonna go crazy, and I'm gonna be on Jalen Brunson over his points, and whatever his points is, I'll take it. Like I know it probably went up, probably closer to like 28, 29 and a half now that Cat ain't gonna play, but I figure who else? Like I love the spot. I like betting on Brunson. Like, and with Anthony, I kind of think that first game back, not that they have all this chemistry, but they could shake things up. That's why I kind of like the under. And the spread and drop. So, like you said, none of the Knicks bettors are probably a little bit upset because I was sitting at 5, and with all the injury report, I didn't want to touch it. I wanted to jump on Minnesota early, knowing if Ant plays, it was going to go down, but I don't have an edge for or who's going to win. But when I look at this game, I just feel like it's a Jalen Brunson spot. Like, he's at home. He pretty much by himself. Like, Cat's not going to be there now from what Brizzy's saying. And even I liked him even if he was there. I just wanted to know, was I going to ladder him and what I was going to give out. That's why I didn't I just got it wrote down. All my bets is wrote down. I just didn't pick numbers yet. But I love Brunson. So whatever number you could get me.
I can get and let me know if it works because I want to see. But I got a 27.5 right here, minus 108 to the over.
Oh yeah, I was expecting like 28.5, like 29.5.
Brunson over 27.5, minus 108. I think this under is exactly the move. For instance, here we go to a book like Circa, and Circa has 57% of the tickets on the over, but 84% of cash on the under, and they've brought it down from 230.5. So they're respecting the bigger bets that are coming in on the under. I think this does make sense. Do you want Brizzy to make your under 228.5 official?
It's definitely going on the card today. I just gotta find right number. Where do I want to bet it at and all that good stuff. Like, it ain't official unless you have the money on the ticket. But it's definitely going on the card today. But the only thing that's making me hesitant is more of just like a betting thing of like, I have yet to bet a fucking NBA full game total under. Maybe a team total under I've bet before, but I've yet to bet a full game under. And the only one I came close to was opening night, Houston OKC. That shit went into overtime. That shit looked like a dead fucking under from the handicap to the market and then the NBA fuckery. And I might open myself for NBA fuckery. I don't know if you've followed the UFC or anything like that, but shit, after the UFC this past weekend, what's NBA fuckery? If anything, this is normal.
I feel you, Bryce. It's all good, my man. I just want to make sure you're looked after, my guy. I'm 3-2 in unders so far this year, and I should be 4-1 because I should have cashed the one you're talking about. I like this. I think this. They're also playing at a slower pace. I'm trying to stay away from totals. So how do I lose this bet? Well, the Wolves are shooting 40.2 from 3. Knicks are shooting 36.5 from 3. So if it becomes a 3-point fest, that's how I lose this. But they're not playing at a pace. The Minnesota Timberwolves are playing very efficient offensively, though. That is a problem. But I think this is a first half under, full game under, playoff type atmosphere, star player returning for the Wolves to mess up their rhythm, and a paint piece, even though he is one of the best 3-point shooting big men we've ever seen. But I would rather, I guess, it's hard to say whether you'd rather have Cat in the lineup or out of the lineup for an under, because he can go cold from 3. He can, muddy up the paint at times, which can help unders. And he can, he's not incapable of defending. I like the unders.
Out the lineup. out the lineup. I mean, this might be the one time that Rudy Gobert might be relevant in a basketball game. Because the Cat's replacement is the Hukapotori kid, and I seen him play like twice. He ain't it. He ain't it. He's lucky Tibbs ain't there. Tibbs would have cut that shit first night. He would have got Taj Gibson on the phone out of free agency or something like that. The Tapori ain't it. They need to put Yabusele in there.
Well, let's roll on, my man. Let's roll on. Next up for so in that one we have Brizzy possibly on the under, Justin on the Brunson over 27.5 points minus 108, and I want the first half under and full game under in Wolves Knicks. Let's move on to Rockets Grizzlies. Next up for us, FedEx Forum, Memphis, Tennessee. Rockets 4-2, 4-game winning streak, 2-1 on the road. Grizzlies 3-5, 2-3 at home. And then you have very different pace here. You have the home team in the Grizzlies playing at the 5th fastest pace in the league, 103.25 possessions a game. And you have a team in the Grizzlies who are shooting terribly from three. The Rockets are almost 10% better from three. And with the volume of three-point shooting, being 10% better from three is enormous. The Rockets are just shooting the ball nice, playing at a slower pace, which we thought would happen with KD in the lineup. 29th fastest pace, 97.69 possessions a game, shooting 49.6 from the field and 42.5 from three. That's nice. I mean, the Rockets are shooting from three almost the equivalent of what Memphis is shooting from the field. That's absolutely wild. As I said, Rockets have won 4 straight. They're coming off the 110-102 victory at home over the Mavericks on Monday night. They have a day off tomorrow. Head to San Antonio for a big game on Friday night. Ooh, that's going to be fun. Spurs Rockets in San Antonio. Then for the Grizz, they've lost 3 straight. They're coming off 114-106 loss at home to the Pistons on Monday. And this is game 2 of a 4-game homestand. Mavericks come in on Friday, and then the undefeated Thunder come in on Sunday. Let's take a look at the lineups here. If there's any injury report news we need, and there is, because we know that, of course, Van Vliet and Vinny Smith out, but Adams is questionable, and so is Smith. So let's find that out.
Motherfucker out.
Which one?
Adams. Keep Adams out. Keep Adams
not
out.
Going to play. It looks like his hip issue is not going to play. He certainly doesn't fit in with this group, that much. And then Jabari, is he going to play? He's got the ankle sprain. He missed Monday's game. So is it Tari Easton? Are you going to get more defense, or are you going to get more offense with Jabari Smith? So that's the situation here. Mally Mal saying Memphis locker room is in turmoil with the Ja stuff. Wu Rizza said dead under here. Oh, are you guys talking about this with you got Piker and Wu Rizza? Are you talking about the Knicks Wolves, or are you talking about this one, Rockets Grizzlies? Let's take a look at the line.
I like the over in this game.
Well,
I'm about to say, they call this a dead under?
I guess they
I
must
like
be
the
talking about
over
in
a
New
lot.
York, but this total's moved from down from 233.5. It moved to 232.5 last night. It's not moved since then. So, I mean, the gamblers must think it's a pretty sharp line, because there's no movement on this total. From a side perspective, Houston opening up at -6.5. They got up to -8. Now they're -7.5. This was all last night. This is not moved now in 12 hours. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 91% of the tickets and 94% of the cash on the under. That's crazy. 91, 94 on the under. 66% of tickets and 67% cash on Houston. Here we go. Justin McKelvey, take it away. Shout out to Robert McCormick in the house. Great to see you. Chris Warren, ready to get to work. Take it away, Justin. Rockets, Grizzlies.
So those numbers is wild. And I got a bad number, because I already bet this, but that's why I didn't expect that. But I'm on I got a flat number. I got over 233. I got -112 for that, for the Rockets and the Grizzlies. And I see by the screen that it went down. I guess it's going down and moving against, but I can't see how. It's unless the Grizzlies just don't contribute at all, which is possible, because Ja just, remember, you were so proud of Ja, like you was defending him again. You still backing him? But
sucks.
I just think it's going to be 2 fast-paced teams. Like, even with the Ja thing, I think the Grizzlies are going to contribute. I think the Rockets, like, they're playing fast. I feel like they're hitting their stride now. Like, they started off a little sluggish, but I think this Rockets team is somebody that they're gonna be bet on. I just don't like to lay that many points for a road team, and that's what chased me off the spread. But I do like the Rockets to win this game. I kind of like them to cover. It's just eventually this Grizzlies team going to show up. Like Ja going to stop being a weirdo and play. Like they play very fast. The Rockets play seemingly fast. I don't know why this move against me, but I'm still confident enough to give out over 233. Like I don't know. It's just you just read the numbers off. It kind of threw me off. Like I wasn't expecting you to say nothing that you said. I thought everything was going to be on the over. I thought I was going to be on the public over, but I think this game flies over. I think it's 240. Like I don't see what I'm missing.
Yeah, it is.
They just need to get rid of Ja. Like they don't want him. Ja don't want to be there. Just go ahead and make the move. Like and go on with your season early enough. Just don't send him to Atlanta. Like we don't want him. But I heard whispers of a trade for Ja.
Who wants him?
Somebody will take him.
I know he's got great skill, but still, he's sort of like how long is he going to be happy for until he wants out? So over 233 minus 112 for Justin. Let's hear from Brizzy. Take it away, Rockets, Grizzlies.
I like that, man. I mean, things go from bad from worse for Memphis. Second game of a 4-game homestand. Morant has been kind of like a distraction. And you know what? Listening to Ja Morant a little bit, ain't all on him. Like some of the things that he was mad about was about how deep they're going into their bench, and you kind of look at it and they're going like 12 deep. Like, bro, what? This is the NBA. How are you going 12 deep? This isn't a fucking G League basketball game. So I don't know, man. Houston's been rolling 4 straight wins. Offense looks a lot better. Vegas is kind of catching up to their pace of play with Adams not in the starting lineup anymore. I feel like we'll know a little bit more about Memphis eventually, but how do we take advantage of it right now? If anything, like they're like, could this just be a Houston double result and we just fade Memphis, fuck the points? But I feel like the Morant thing, like everyone's going to step up a little bit eventually. When will that game happen? I don't know. It could be tonight at home, second game of a 4-game homestand. I feel like there's just going to be a lot of points scored on the board in this one. Like if Memphis loses this game, I think they lose this game like 130 to like 111, and we still hit the over. And if they win this game, I think it's going to be a high scoring shootout. So I like the over, and I feel like the only reason why the number isn't like getting steamed up, it's because of Memphis' shooting performances. I mean, 106 points, 104 points, 112, 113, 118. Like they haven't really had that good of a shooting season so far. I think this is a game where this is the NBA regular season vibes that we came accustomed to seeing. Not a lot of defense being played, not a lot of shoving around. I think it's going to be Sengun doing whatever the fuck he wants against Jack Londell and company. Well, Triple J's in the lineup, but you know what I mean by that. Like Sengun doing the dribbling around, like Jokic passing the ball around. Like I think the Adams being out helps because that means Houston's got to go smaller, and Memphis is fine to go small right now with Jack Landale in the starting lineup.
So is it the Ja thing that everyone's betting this under? I can't understand what cap would take you to under.
I have no idea what cap would take you to the under.
I guess it would be
probably Memphis's totals.
Would be Memphis's weak shooting and Houston dictating the pace.
And maybe a little bit Ja just messing up the whole team chemistry type shit.
Yeah, I kind of want the Rockets. But they're a public spot, and this is should be a nice little homestand, at least rest wise for the Grizzlies. So Rockets are on the move again. You don't think the Rockets are thinking about Wemby on Friday night? I mean, I don't know, but I'm not interested in it here.
Just I have a hard time even in life. I have a hard time kicking a man when they're down. Like everybody want to kick the Grizzlies because they're down. Like y'all messing up the chemistry. Grizzlies suck. I don't want to be a part of that. Like I want to count on them. If anything, I need them to play their part. I need them to help me out with this total. Like I'm gonna need them to at least sniff like 112. I get 112 from him.
Yeah.
113. I'd appreciate it, but I don't know. I can't see the under. I couldn't find a way. The only way I can find out is this Grizzly team is just in shambles because of Ja. And like, I don't know. My whole thing is you got to coach fired. Just trading. Like you got to coach fired, and you're still not happy. So like, I
But
don't.
like listening to like Ja's complaints, I don't know, man.
But we're not gonna act like he's innocent. Like his complaints are a little bit warranted, but like you're still a nut. Like you do the most off the court. Like keep your mouth shut. Like you talented. Like keep your mouth shut and play ball.
Nah, man. When you're being paid like the star player and the playoff results are being put back towards you and people are getting sent out in free agency like Desmond Bain, then you have enough say in the front office as well.
He had a chance to be the face of the NBA.
Yeah, he messed that all up.
Let's roll on. We have Justin on the over 233 minus 112 in Rockets Grizzlies. Let's move on to the American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas, home of a team shooting worse than the Grizzlies. Mavericks are running faster, fourth fastest pace, just a little bit faster than the Grizzlies, 103.71 possessions a game, shooting 44.3 from the field and 31.6 from three. Pelicanos, 24th fastest pace, 99.52 possessions a game, shooting 42.9 from the field, terrible from the field, but 35.7 from three. I mean, they're not shooting the ball well either. And say goodbye to Zion. Didn't take long. It's the road to Zion, man. The road to Zion leads through the kitchen. We have Jordan Poole questionable, Misi out, and Zion out. Jordan Poole right now. So he started on Tuesday. It's a knee issue. And, of course, this is the second leg of the back-to-back. So it's Alvarado and Hawkins who will see the extended time here. Let's take a look at what's going on for both of these squads. The Pelicanos coming off the 116-112 victory last night at home, hit the road and faced Dallas, who've lost 2 straight, 3 of 4, and just lost to the Rockets 110-102 in Houston. Probably a good spot to back the Dallas Mavericks here. Angry, losers of 3 and 4, won't take the Pelicans lightly, and they hit the road right after this. So this is a stopgap. Let's take a look at the line history here. With this one, we have Dallas minus 8.5. This opened up at 7.5, and now we have 8.5. So we've moved 1 point towards the Mavericks, which I think makes sense. Again, you don't want them to be too public, so we'll take a look at the cash flow. This total is at 227. Open up 227.5, drop 227, got 227.5, now back again at 227. And when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 60% of the tickets and 91% of the cash on New Orleans. I'm astonished that would be the case. Absolutely astonished. We don't have the cash flow information from Circa, but they've moved it a point towards Dallas. Yes, this is a big number, but this is a Mavericks team that needs to win and play well here. AM looking at the under. I think that I agree. Who was saying it was someone in the chat? Was it Woo Rizza? Someone was saying that this one is more appealing here than the Rockets. I'll find that in a second. So let's go. Let's roll. Take it away, Brizzy. Pelicans, Mavericks.
I kind of agree with them on that one. I mean, you got the Pelicans coming off their first win of the season with a really good showing from Derek Queen, their first-round draft pick, and then Jose Alvarado kind of fucked up my Jeremiah Fears prop. That's a story for another day. Mavs rest spot advantage, but without AD and Lively. This feels more of like the Cooper Flag breakout spot, like Cooper Flag going up against more people like around. Like, I feel like when you're playing NBA players, sometimes I got to think about this as well. Who are you going up against? If you're going up against like your peers and stuff like that, you see like OGs play better against other OGs and stuff like that. Like you see James Harden last night and stuff like he played really well. But then you see like other situations where like the younger guys, I feel like, Coop sees Derek Queen, the way Derek Queen's been playing and stuff like that. A lot of younger guys on the Pelicans. I think this is a Cooper Flag like breakout game. Like he needs to have one tonight. And this is definitely the spot for it. Pelicans second half of a back-to-back, not a lot of defense. I just got to look up Cooper Flag player props, but I think Dallas is a good parlay piece.
I mean, it's interesting with Rizza because I do care about the public. The fact that the public are betting the Pelicans off of a win is wonderful. It's just perfect, isn't it? I mean, it's if 95% of the money was on the Mavericks, if the Mavericks were all, if the public was all on the Mavericks, don't they become less appealing? I mean, that's how I work. But Justin, take it away. Pelicans, Mavericks.
That's funny. Briz said that. I haven't bet Cooper Flag yet at all this year. But the 3 times that I wrote him down and didn't bet him, I would have been 0 for 3. And I'm not betting him today. But I had him highlighted, and then I can't. And I don't have no action in this game because I won with the Pelicans yesterday, so I felt like I kind of wanted to fade them today. And then I was like, well, I don't know. It's just, I think this is a Dallas spot. I didn't have a book that, and NFL offers double result, but with a 7-point spread, it's probably going to be too expensive. So, but I would like a double result for the Mavericks, but I don't have a book that offer that in the NBA. And with a 7.5 point spread, it'd probably be too expensive. I really, 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 and that wasn't even my angle. That's why I'm still going to leave it on. I ain't going to make it official, but something about Briz said that playing against your peers in your draft class, like it does seem like a good up spot. But I just 0-3, the 3 times that I wanted to bet him and I didn't, I would have lost all 3. So I need to go see something from him. But I want to back this Mavericks team, but I don't want to 7.5. Like with a team that, and I said yesterday because on Low Shack, and I said that Willie Green is on a very short leash. And I just don't know if the players want him there. Are y'all playing for him to save his job? Because y'all can save it. Y'all going to have to go on like a hell of a win streak, like 10 out of the next 12 or 9 straight, something type crazy. So I don't know if the players want him there or not. So, but they've had a crazy strength of schedule. So it's not all on Willie Green. But last year, I don't know. It's just a game I don't have no action on. But just curious, what is the double result for the Mavericks?
Well, at 8.5, I'm guessing minus 160.
Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, I can't do that.
And I say that because I know the Rockets were minus 150, so it's expensive. The only way I think that you would add a double result is if you're already on them, like on the spread, and you just want to get a little bit.
Yeah, I don't have no action in this game. The only thing I had highlighted coming into the show was Cooper Flag, and I just don't want to get there. I don't. Even Briz motivated me. He almost got me there, but I can't. I'm gonna leave it highlighted and I'll track it. But I like the Mavericks. This Mavericks team, man. It's a lot of points to give up.
If you're on the fence about it, you mean you can always put in a little rec bet of like Dallas minus like 5.5, 4.5, Cooper Flag 20+ points, and then add somebody from the Pelicans.
Respectfully, I can't bet like that.
Wow, serious.
I'm just saying, like if you want to throw a little bit on it.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who do. My homie who comes to my house every single day, and he's very successful, and that's what he does. But I just rather find one bet with decent odds and bet it rather than lowering this, like lowering that. It just messes with my mental.
I like Dallas as a parlay piece. I know we're talking about straight bets, but I think Dallas is a good parlay piece on this card today. I mean, you got a lot of big favorites and stuff like that. I mean, some of these point spreads are a little bit outlandish, but I definitely think Dallas is a good parlay piece.
The AM has an important point. He's not sure which books are reporting. So if we switch to a different site, if we go to Action Network and get their public betting, it's perfect to me still. 47% of the tickets, 47% of cash on the Pelicans. At least half the people are believing in the Pelicans. I think this is a Mavericks smash.
Who is betting the Pelicans?
Well, because look at the Mavericks. I mean, look at their front court. I mean, we're seeing a very difficult time creating easy shots, whether it be...
They just played on prime time on Saturday and got blown out by like 20 points against the Pistons.
You have
I
no
got
Davis,
laughed
you have
at.
no Lively, so you have Gafford in Washington, Clay
I got
Thompson.
laughed at yesterday about taking the Pelicans. I'm talking about
I was
laughed
gonna
at.
say the public perception of the Dallas Mavericks is at an all time low. Nobody
It's
thinks
worse
Cooper
than the
Flag should be
Pelicans.
playing point guard.
Maybe not worse than the
It's bad.
Pelicans, but this is a huge number for a Mavericks team. You know,
That's what chased me off. I can't. It's a Maverick spot, but I can't do. You said 8.5, but
You're talking about the Pelicans that have not won a game all fucking year. They luckily fucking put in Jose Alvarado. Alvarado comes in from the Puerto Rican lands of God graces, gives them probably one of his better games in a while, and they end up magically winning the game because the coach found out Derek Queen's a good basketball player and he played him in the second half and he didn't take him out. Like, they got lucky they won that game last night. That wasn't like a cigar, sit back, kick your feet up type of game. That was like, we gonna play people and see if it's gonna work. And maybe the dude that we drafted at 4th overall is a really good basketball player. Like, it's just dumb shit with the Pelicans, and I think they get fucked up and smashed on in Dallas.
I'm first half full game taking the spread with the Mavericks. They win. I think they win by double digits. I think they feel good about themselves out there. I think they play to the best of their ability. And
so that's 2 different bets, unit each.
Unit each. First half full game for the Mavericks, and then
I am. I don't like to make official other people's bets. Just something I don't do. But I'm telling that.
I just think this is the right spot here, the right spot for them to attack. It's a very expensive price. It's a big number. The Pelicans just won last night. I just think it all kind of points towards it. In fact, I would probably think that they're cutting everything off. I couldn't give you the double result. Everything's dark except for the main bets. They don't know what the hell who's in or who's out, I guess, here for.
Let's check Caesars, see if Caesars is hanging a double result line, because I saw the same exact thing at Bet365 that it was blanked out.
Yeah.
Let me check Caesars double result.
So Mavs first half full game, and the reason why I said that was because I would have some interest in the Pelicans team total under. I think
I was thinking that too, the team total under, from the aspect of like, dude, they really had some heroic performances last night to win that game. Like, that was not like I cannot emphasize enough, that was not like a cigar game. Like, don't let the final score fool you. Like, they're struggling to beat the Charlotte Hornets without LaMelo Ball in the lineup. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, that's so funny that I just said that, because and I'm going to say it anyway because of my statement. That's probably what I'm going to do. That's funny. I'm going to tell your first half, and I'm probably going to add, I'm probably going to do exactly what Grizzly said with the full game, drop it down. It's just after Jimmy said that, I'm like, wait a minute. Like,
it's like, yeah, rec bets or whatever, but you know, if you got 3 or 4 accounts that you have open and you got a couple plus 500, plus 600 tickets in them, shit, that might save your ass a couple
Bet
of
Rivers
nights.
give me a same SGP for a same game parlay, but I wouldn't be able to do the money line. But I could tick it down a couple points, and I could take Cooper Flag down. After I said it, and then Jimmy said what he said, I was like, damn. I was like, should I not say nothing?
I think it's a celebration out there.
But I like that.
Before we move on, though, let's look at this team total under and see like what's been the movement on it.
109.5 is what I'm looking at for the Pelicans. No,
I'm seeing 110.5 at FanDuel at minus 118 towards the under. I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense here. Let's just take a quick. But I mean, then 3 units would make me a little uncomfortable. But I'm not against doing that.
3 units in a Mavericks game?
Yeah.
That made me extremely uncomfortable.
But look at this. So who have the Pelicans been able to score against? The Pelicans scored against Memphis. They would have gone under against San Antonio, but it went to overtime. They scored 90 against Boston. They scored 88 at Denver. They scored 124 against the Clippers, who you never know if they're going to try defensively. They scored 116. I'm taking it. I'm gonna hammer this game.
I think this could be potential spot of the day. How the Pelicans were like potential spot of the day yesterday. This is the spot of the day today. Like I think Dallas wins this game, and if you get those bets correct of the margin of victories, you're probably going to cash the Pelicans team total under. Like you're going to need the Pelicans not to score.
What is it? 108?
Cash
108 and a half?
110 and
No,
a
you
half.
get higher than that. 'Cause
110.
He's paying for the 110 and a half. The 109 and a half is like here is minus 106 to the under. So it depends. I like this. I
Yeah, I'm
like
not
this a
gonna
lot.
I ain't gonna make nothing official, but I'm gonna put something together.
I think the Mavericks play with a ton of hustle. A ton of hustle. I think they battle out there. And Pelicans coming off a win. What a perfect time to mess with them. Second night of a back-to-back. All right, let's roll on. Next up for us, Miami Heat 4-3, 2-3 on the road at the Denver Nuggets 4-2, and just like the New York Knicks, undefeated at home. Here we are in Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Let's get into the line history here for this one and set this one up. This one could be a lot of fun. The Heat still playing at an alarmingly fast pace. It's wild. First in the NBA, 106.43 possessions a game, 50.2 from the field, and 39.5 from three. Denver playing at the 18th fastest pace, 101.24 possessions a game, 51.8 from the field, and 34.7% from three. So the Heat did not look very good as this road. I mean, they're in all these games. They lose the first two games of the road trip. That's all. They lose by 6 against San Antonio. They lose by 10 at the Lakers. And then they beat the Clippers the following night, 121-19. We know what Spo does. He gets the most out of this group of players. But this is the last game of a road trip. They head home for a nice long homestand. It's questionable, honestly. They just spent how long in Los Angeles? They leave with a win, and now you have to go into Denver in a mile high. It's not an easy situation at all. Denver coming off a 130-124 victory at home. It was their first game back after the debacle at Portland. They had some time off. They have more time off. This is a perfect spot for them. Game 2 of a 4-game homestand. They have the back-to-back Friday, Saturday, but they have tomorrow off. They don't travel. It's a pretty nice situation. I love hearing that, my dude. I love hearing that. It's a pretty nice situation for them. Quick look at this injury report, and then let's roll here with our guys' injury report or, shoot-around report. Jamal Murray, probable. Of course, Hero out. So it's a pretty simple injury report for once. Line history, and then we will hand this over to Justin and see what his plan of attack is. Line history-wise, we have let's start with the total, a 242. God, it's insane. It's coming right close to that 7.5-point wheelhouse for me. They got up to 243, which is 6 points off. You're saying that these models are 6 points off? I find that hard to believe. Very hard to believe, but it's not at that threshold yet for me to go to fade the move, but it's close. It's very close. We have Denver minus 9.5 at minus 105 in a great spot. It went down to 8 and came back up to 9.5. I would imagine, and we're going to look now, that the public is going to be on the Heat saying this is too big a number, and that's exactly what's happening. 50 now, it's not public. This might be sharp because 56% of the tickets and 81% of the cash is on Miami. So let's go to Circa and see if they'll give us any info. And they're only giving us info on the total, but they've moved a half point towards Denver. See, this is too big of a line, right? Isn't this just too big of a line? Denver should not be this big of a favorite, and that shit appeals to me. Justin, take it away.
Yeah, I bet it every game, and I told you, it was funny last time me and you was here at Cash, but I'm over 2 the last 2, and he's got 9 the last 2 times I bet him. So this will be the 3rd time. I'm going back to him. I didn't want to be on the spread. I didn't want to be on the side or a total because I've been actively saying I don't want to stand in front of this Heat team. This Heat team they just keep on covering. Like, I seem like I'm the only one that feels the way this Heat team is like. I feel like we could take, at least right now, we could take them serious. But best number you could give me, I'm on a Jokic triple-double. And it started off, he got me like 4 straight or 5 straight, one of the 2. But then the last 2, he fell at 9 assists both games. So I'm going back to him. I said I need 3 losses before I leave him alone. I got back-to-back 2 losses, so I'm going back to him. And I like it more this spot. Like, I don't think they're going to blow them out. And part of the triple-double, like, you needed to be a close game, and the Heat play everybody close. They beat the Clippers. They beat the Clippers, or did they lose by?
They won by a point.
Okay, they won by a point. So it's like this Heat team is just, I don't know. I think they're relevant. I think they're better than everyone thinks that. Like, this team's not like that, and this team is going to be a playoff team. Nah, they're going to be in a play-in team. This team going to be in the playoffs. Like, they're not going to be in nobody's playing. And the Nuggets, like, they coming off a loss to Portland, was it? I think it was Portland.
They bounced back. They came back. I mean, is it considered a bounce back? They beat Sacramento 130-124.
Yes, they played one, and then he didn't catch it against Sabonis. That's the one that irritated me. Like, he usually kills Sabonis, and he didn't. Well, he did. He just got 9 assists. But I'm back on. I don't want to be on the spread. If anything, I want to look at the under. And then I just looked at it like it's a high point spread. I don't want to back the Nuggets, but I just want to pick one player and to dominate. And I like Jokic to have a triple-double. Whatever you get me at, that's what I want.
It's minus 105 at 365, plus 107 offshore.
Yeah, give me that minus 10. I like that. Plus 107, of course. But just to see some minus shows me that they're expecting it.
Yeah.
You see a triple-double for minus anything, that shows that they're thinking the same way. And if he cashes, once again, I'm going to need 3 straight losses. Because he got like 4 or 5 for me to start the season. So all nice plus money. So I'm going to keep going back to it. And it makes my cap easy. As soon as I seen this game, I didn't even really cap it. I was like, Jokic. I just didn't bet it yet. But I'm going to. As soon as I get off here. The ones I didn't bet, I'm betting as soon as I get off here. But Jokic, you said plus 107?
Plus 107. This is how I see this. And let's hear from Brizzy. The Miami Heat have covered this number in every single game they played this year, except for one when they wouldn't have covered it by half point. Everybody knows that they're covering this number, so why would they put it so high? The fact that it's a 9.5 to me, now others would look and say, oh, it's a ridiculous number. The Heat have covered this in every single game they played. Why would they not cover it here? I see this at the end of a road trip. They've now been on the road, for how long? I guess not that long, a week. But they were in LA for most of it. They were in LA for 5 days, 4 days, 5 days. Now they come here just before they head home. I think that I can understand, Chris Warren saying this is a ridiculous number. The Heat will cover this because that's all they've been doing. But why is this number so big? Why is it so monstrous? It's telling me that the Nuggets do win by double digits. Let's hear from Brizzy. Brizzy, take it away. Heat Nuggets.
Yeah, I don't have a lot in this one. I feel like Denver is making you pay for – I feel like Vegas is making you pay for Denver here. It kind of seems like one of those games of like the future markets must really drive some of these game spreads because they have identical records and this game's represented by a 10-point spread. It's pretty crazy. Not my favorite spot. Last game of a 4-game road trip before 4 straight at home for Miami. Coming off a Clippers outright win. I feel like that's really the celebration of their road trip. They really wanted the Clippers win. Ask Norman Powell. It seems like a spot where the pace of play is going to catch up to the Heat probably in the second half here, and the total keeps on creeping up, and I kind of agree with them. If you told me Denver was the highest scoring team of the slate today, I would not be shocked. Their team total's at 124.5. Juice towards the over at minus 132. They're expecting some points from Denver tonight. So I could definitely oblige with the triple double. You want to see triple doubles at no minus odds and nowadays. Minus 125 looks like good money. But there's a couple of other night games on the card that catch my appeal. But I think Denver's a good favorite. Like if you ask me that.
I like it. I like this quite a bit. I almost Woo Rizza thinks this total's gone too high. I'm close to that. D-Trip still wants the over, but if I
what did it open up at?
let's move what did I say? 5.5 points. Let me get back to it here. We have this. Oh, that's the spread right now. This is just such a high number, and
really
it's been working. But even the spread, it's been working for me of late. Backing things that I deem too expensive. This total opened up at 237. Took 11 minutes to get to 238.5. 10 more minutes to get to 239. 11 more minutes to get to 240.
What's your number 6? We talked about.
Oh, when I fade the market move, 7.
Yeah, 6. Oh, 7.
7. It's always 7. Yeah, but I mean, I could change. It could change, but here then I could also just take the Heat team total under. It's 116.5. I don't. This is a fun one. I think this game is going to be very, very fun. I can't wait for it. So Jokic triple-double for Justin. I'm going to be on the Nuggets and might add the Heat team total under. Anything official for you, Brizzy?
No, I think Denver's a good favorite, but there's a couple of dog spots in these last couple of games that I'm liking.
Well, let's attack and move forward. This is all coming together. Wine Time Sports in the house. He'll be joining us shortly for college football, and maybe he may have some NBA action here. We have 3 games left in NBA before we get into college football. We're going to talk Wednesday night college football and then best bets from Wine Time Sports. Next up for us, we get to Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play of the day here. If you're listening on headphones, you might want to turn it down ever so slightly. Our guy, Ron Crawford, spreadsheet play today is your LA Lakers. Andrew G says game of the night. This is going to be very, very fun. Very, very fun. Let's take a look at this line history and set this one all up. Take a look at the injury report and make sure that everything is cool after the shoot around, as there's a lot of injury issues with these two teams. Spurs coming off their first loss of the year, 130-118 at Phoenix, making them 5-1. And they play LA, and then they're back home. They host. They have the big game against Houston. That's a big, big game. Remember, Houston was a -200 favorite to win the division. I'm sure those numbers have changed pretty quick with the way Wemby has been playing. So, they've had a couple days off. The last game for the Spurs was on Sunday. And then here they are on Wednesday in LA. Crypto.com arena. The Lakers on a 4-game winning streak and playing some good-looking ball. And look who it was against Portland. God, what a enigma Ayton is. 29-10. Who would have thunk he'd be able to put that together? This is a one-off for the Lakers, too. This is a pretty bad travel situation. They are at home on Sunday. Second half back-to-back, they head to Portland. They have 1 day off. Then they're home for San Antonio. And then they go on a 5-game road trip. Now, it starts Saturday, so they do have tomorrow off, so it's not horrific. But this is their 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel. Let's get into the line history and also make sure that the injury report, which is an absolute mess, is set up. So, no different for the Lakers. Braun out, Vincent out, Kleber out. Reeves is questionable. So that is the big piece of the puzzle here. Austin Reeves is questionable, but he was there at shoot-around this morning. So he's got to be good here, expecting him to play. So Reeves at shoot-around. So we expect him in the lineup. Then we have a lot of questionables here. Of course, Cornett, Harper, and Fox are all out. But then we have Sohan and Kelly Olynyk as questionable. Sohan would be, the important one. So let's see if he was at shoot around, and no. So sprained left wrist, no expectation for him to play. Maybe this is a pretty tricky spot for him to make his season debut. Kelly Olynyk, how important he is, that's questionable as well. They think he makes his regular season debut tonight. I mean, what's he going to play? 8 minutes? But they think Kelly Olynyk will be making his regular season debut. So I guess that's pretty simple. Jackson Hayes is probable, but that's not that big of a deal. Reeves was at shoot around. He's going to play. Olynyk will make a season debut. Sohan will not. Let's get into the line history here. We have from a total perspective, we have a 228.5. This one, come on, are they going to show me here? What are we waiting for? It's taking a second to load. I don't know why. But I can tell you it's at 228 and it opened up at 230.5. I'll take a closer look here. It's kind of messing with me. Let's go to the point spread, see if they'll show me that. Point spread here for the Lakers. Lakers are 2.5-point favorites. Opened up at 3.5. And we get the line movement here. So this opened up at 3.5. It lasted 11 minutes before it got to 3. Then it lasted 12 hours there before it moved to 2.5. We have a 1-point move towards the Spurs. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 73% of tickets on the Spurs, but just 55% of cash. So bigger bets are clearly coming in on the Lakers. 54% of tickets on the under and 84% of cash on the under. We have also a move 2-3. So we have a different move from Circa. Circa opened up the Spurs at 2.5, and they've moved it towards them. Towards the Lakers. Excuse me. So we just saw all the books moving towards the Spurs. Circa is doing the opposite. Circa also has 72% of the tickets on the Spurs and just 52% of the cash, and they're moving it towards the Lakers. Certainly feels like the Lakers are the sharp side here. Brizzy, take it away. Spurs Lakers.
Man, I mean, crazy that LA's 6-2 without LeBron and Luka in and out of the lineup. Doesn't really matter. When the way JJ got this team locked in right now, 5-game road trip coming up for the Lakers. Spurs coming off their first loss of the season. They kind of play worse on the road than they do at home, but I think this is a Spurs spot. I like the Spurs. Going to be on the Spurs today.
Brizzy going to be on the Spurs today here. Justin, take it away.
Yeah, I'm going to be real quick. Best number you give me for Luka, 35+. I feel like he had 40 every game except for one. That was the last game. He had 29. He shot horribly. And I just feel like this Laker team is balling. I wouldn't want to stand in front of him. I'm not on the side. Shout out Ron Crawford for the Lakers. Maybe I'll add that money line parlay. Something degenerate later on, but I can't. I don't want to stand in front of the Spurs team off a loss, and I also don't want to stand in front of the Lakers. But I'll trust Luka to go crazy. He got 40. He was my. I got a little sprinkle on him, +4 something. I think the last episode or maybe the first episode of 2-3 Zone, which is we ain't been doing this. It's hard to get the lines the day before, so we ain't been doing the 2-3 Zone. But Luka was my MVP, and I sprinkled that. But Luka going crazy, and this Laker team right now is like, I don't know, they shocking me. Like they holding serve without LeBron. Like right now, they hot right now, whether Luka plays or not. We watched them. He ain't play against Portland the other day. They still won as a dog. Line jumped up, but I just like Luka to go crazy. But if it's not plus money for 35, I need plus money. So
I got +125 for 35.
Oh yeah,
plus.
Yeah. Give me Luka 35 plus 120. You said 135?
125.
Yeah,
I'm looking at over 32.5 at -128.
Nah, give me 35 plus 120 plus 125.
That's available right now at 365 if anybody wants it. Luka 35 plus at +125. Brizzy going to be moving on the Spurs. Feels to me, and there's Dabby Cab in the house, feels to me that the Lakers are sort of alive here. Feels like the bigger bets are coming in on them. Now, maybe it's a Laker thing that big, they always attract heavy action, but 73% of tickets on the Spurs. Circa moving this line towards the Lakers while the other books are moving it towards the Spurs. My dude says Luka's going to score 50. I'm interested in the Lakers here, but I need to make sure I have conviction. Brizzy's on the other side with the Spurs. Brizzy, can you get me off the Lakers? Give me your pitch on the San Antonio Spurs here tonight, and then we'll move on to Thunder Blazers.
The Spurs were playing great basketball and had one uncharacteristic game, first road game of the season. Devin Booker hung 28. Devin Booker plays a lot like Luka Doncic from the aspect of, like, you just have to stop the star player, and maybe, the company around him don't help him out. I think the Spurs got embarrassed in that game. Like the final score is 118-130, but they're getting smacked up in that game against the Suns. And I think that you put Wemby on ESPN, anytime Wemby's on primetime, he knows the camera lights actions there. LA's the biggest brights, the biggest lights in the whole entire league. And the Lakers are like the most buy high, sell low team in the league. Nobody wanted the Lakers in their last game against Portland. There was no Luka, no Austin Reeves. Nobody wanted to play them. Then they end up beating Portland. They were plus 9.5 against Portland and won that game by double digits. That's how much that line moved. The game before that, they played against Miami. Miami on the point spread. Take Miami plus the points. Miami's a good road team. Miami and LA. They end up getting smacked. The game before that, Memphis at home. Take Memphis at home plus the points. Lakers end up smacking them and covering. Like, now everybody wants to go on the Lakers. The game before that, last week in Minnesota, no Ant in the lineup. Oh, my goodness. Lakers. Going to get smacked up in this one. The Timberwolves, Then they end up covering a 7.5. This is the most buy high, sell low spot of like the Lakers are always a team that when everybody doubts them, they end up covering, or when the line moves the opposite direction, they end up covering. And then when everybody wants to hop back up on them is when they let you down. And the Lakers are 6-2. That they could lose this game, bat an eye, and wake up tomorrow like nothing happened. Wemby and them boys tonight going to be hungry playing in LA, especially just getting banged up by the Phoenix Suns.
Well, you in good company. Gorgie loved the Spurs, so.
Yeah. I'm just saying that. Is it my favorite spot of the fucking card? No, but will I be damned to hold my hands with the fucking public event? No. We're going down with the ship. Spurs are going to come in here, and I think Wemby's going to give them a lot of problems.
It's great.
I'm not on the side, so I hope you're right, because that means Luka definitely going to catch that 35.
I definitely think Luka could score 35. Look at what Devin Booker just did in the last game. I mean, granted, I don't think they're the same exact player, but the shot selection, or I should say the shots that they're going to get are going to be somewhat similar. You know what I'm saying? Like they come off the pick and roll, fadeaway, jump shots and shit like that, the little elbow extended. Like they're going to shoot the same shot selection.
If Luka catches MVP, I'm getting my driveway paved. Get my little basketball hoop.
I like it.
I just don't see how, like, unless you were back in the Lakers in the last like week or stuff like that. Well, I don't see how you just raise your hand and be like, yeah, I'll back LA at minus money, and I haven't backed them in the whole entire like last week. I haven't backed LA this whole entire season. Really, it's really been fading LA in specific spots.
I really haven't done either.
Aubrey asking if this total's too low. I didn't go over pace numbers. The thing about both teams is they're playing very efficient, so it's tricky when you look at their pace. The Spurs are playing at 27th fastest pace, 98.78 possessions a game, but they're shooting 49.8 from the field, and the Lakers are shooting 52.9% from the field this year. I mean, who does that other than the Nuggets? And the answer is nobody. 33.1 from three. They're not shooting great from three. I'm going to not do anything now, but that was a great breakdown, Brizzy, from the Spurs. We got Justin McKelvey on Luka 35 plus a plus 125. We have 2 games left on this card, and then wine time attacking college football. Let's roll into our next spot on the board. Oklahoma City Thunder. Oklahoma City Thunder just winning and winning and winning. And now they're on the second half of a back-to-back. This is not easy. 8-0. They just dusted the Clippers like they weren't even there, 126-107. Look at they're just beating teams by margin. Now, you could have said, well, look, they beat the Washington Wizards and the New Orleans Pelicans by margin. Who cares? Then they go into, what the hell is the new arena called? Intuit. And they smack the Clippers 126-107. Blazers coming off that loss to the Lakers, 123-115 at home. So Thunder on the second half of a back-to-back. And the Blazers have had the day off since that loss. we have the Stacks play of the day in business here. This is the final game of a 3-game homestand and a tough one. Denver, LA, Oklahoma City. And they don't have to leave tomorrow, which is another helpful thing. They leave on Friday for Miami, and then they're on a 5-game road trip that will cover about 8 or 9 days of travel. Let's get into the injury report here. Of course, it's important with the Thunder on the back-to-back. Jalen's still out. The only issue here is Lou Dort. He's listed as questionable right now. They probably haven't taken or won't take an early shoot around. So he hurt his shoulder, right shoulder contusion. So I don't, we have no information here whether Lou Dort will be in the lineup, but it's important information. This total is very, very similar to what we just talked about in the Spurs-Lakers series, except it's dropping. This one opened up at 229.5, went down to 228, climbed all the way up to 230, and then went down again to 228.5. Overall, it's a 1-point move towards the under. And on the point spread, we have this sitting right now. Come on, load for me. Piss me off, man. Okay, it's taking a second here, which is annoying. So while that's coming in, I'll tell you that the cash flow here, we have 56% of the tickets and 66% of the cash on Portland. I can give you Circa's line. Oh, here we go. Finally, we have this loaded up here. So we have a line moving towards the Blazers. Now Stacks has put this out on X. If you follow him on X, you cross this line move. It opened up at 6. 21 minutes later, and this is yesterday afternoon, 21 minutes later, it moves to 5, then back up to 5.5, then 5. Right now, this got down to 3.5 at 11:13 a.m. It's at a 4 right now. It's a pretty legit move towards the Blazers against the team that has, towards the Blazers against a team that's yet to lose tonight or on the season. The biggest jewel says, why is no one saying this line is short? That's a tricky spot. And the books are pretty adamant here that the Blazers are live, and the books aren't the only one. Justin, take it away.
Yeah, this is Stacks play day number 2. I posted this early this morning. I never even seen the 6, but I'm comfortable with the number I got. I've been eyeing this spot. What's today? Wednesday? Since Monday, when I knew the Thunder was playing the Clippers yesterday. I just needed the Clippers not to lose or the Thunder not to lose last night, and they didn't. They blew them out, but they played a rough game. And Stacks play today number 2 is Portland Trailblazers minus 110, and I got that plus 5.5 minus 110. And I love the spot for Portland. The only thing that slows me down, and yes, I do know it, this Thunder team done beat Portland in 16 straight games, like literally 16 straight. And maybe it's catching a falling knife. I don't look at it that way. It's different teams, different scenarios. Get this Thunder team off of back-to-back. Lou Dort was questionable going into yesterday's game, and he played. Then he got hurt yesterday, and now he's still questionable. Whether he plays or not, I look at this Portland Trailblazers team. This is where we want them at home. They're just coming off a loss to the Lakers. They're 3-1 ATS at home, 4-0 ATS as a dog, which they are now. I love the spot with Thunder coming. And the Thunder played the latest game like later than any other game this year. They didn't play till 11 o'clock because I don't know what they call it, the Peacock or the Amazon, whatever it was. It didn't come on till 11 o'clock last night. Whatever how they worded.
You don't fuck with the Peacock game of the day?
No, I do. But my whole thing was they played late as shit. Like they played late as shit. Then they had to travel from LA to Oregon, which is not a far travel. But you didn't play you're on the back-to-back, traveling from LA to Oregon. Dort gets hurt again yesterday. He was going into yesterday's game questionable. I don't expect him to be in there, but if he is, that's fine. But this Portland team at home coming off a loss to the Lakers without Luka, I love this spot. And the fact that I got plus 5.5, I couldn't wait to hit that submit button. Like when I went to sleep and woke up and I seen that 5.5, and then I dug a little bit, I couldn't wait to post this shit. Like I love the Trailblazers. Quiet as kept. I'm not making it official. Quiet as kept. I sprinkled.
I like it.
I sprinkled the money line. I think they give these boys their first loss of the game or first loss of the season.
I love it. I love it, and I still think the 4 is bettable. I might pay for a 4.5, but I think the 4 is bettable.
I think Portland plus anything is bettable.
Yeah, no, I'm right with you. Let's hear from, and interesting. There's a thought that maybe my dude's saying that maybe they rest Shea. I don't think they rest Shea. Especially if Lou's going to be out and they're 8-0. But I think they are somewhat concerned about playing him too much. I think this sets up perfectly for Portland. I'm right with you. But I hear if my dude says if Shea gets rested, he's on Blazers. I would rather have this number. I would bet this number now if you think Shea's going to be rested.
Absolutely.
Because then if he's rested, you win. And if he's not, I guess it's because you don't want to bet them if he's in. I think it's right. I think they're right for taking. Isn't this the type of game where it goes down to the very final shot?
It's like what I said yesterday with the Raptors. And on Low Chat, I said, I like the Raptors. I don't care if Giannis plays or not. And I'm on the Blazers. I don't care who's in or who's out for OKC. I really don't. I don't care if Dort plays because when I liked them before the door or anything. I don't care if I really don't want SGA to get ruled out because of the whole star player getting ruled out last minute. We know what that move is. Exactly. That'll be the only thing that'll knock my confidence.
No, but you know what you can do? If Shea gets ruled out, you can middle. I'm
going to. If he gets ruled out, if he sits down for a rest, then I'm going to middle.
I think it's smart to do that. I would agree.
Just because, remember when y'all was in the football chat and Giannis got ruled out, and I tapped in just to tell y'all I took the Bucks +7. I didn't post it, but I texted Ron Crawford because he had that as a premium that day, and he was like, "Fuck, Giannis got ruled out." I was like, "Cool." Like I just stepped on the Bucks +7.5. So if Shea get ruled out, then I'll middle it. But other than that, I don't care who plays. I think Portland wins this game. I sprinkled it, but my stacks play today, number 2 is +5.5, -110. I posted like 7 o'clock this morning, 7-something this morning.
And Piker says this game checks every box. Only hesitation is the OKC ceiling. He says, let's gamble. Portland stays competitive even in a step up. I'm right there. And then the biggest jewel I get too, he's been riding with OKC. He says, can't stop now. I understand the Portland. Look, you can see both sides of the fence here. I want Portland. I want it. Brizzy, take it away. Our second to last game on the board. Are you moving on Thunder Blazers?
Yeah, I think this is the best spot of the card. I'm attacking it a little bit different way. Eventually, the Thunder are going to let up one of these games, and LA was just a good get-up spot for them with the history of SGA being there and stuff like that. I think this sets up a good spot for Portland, like you guys were saying. They can definitely sneak in here and get a W here. Disappointing performance versus the LA Lakers in their last game, a game that the public kind of got behind them. Kind of like a spot. Like the spot outweighed the roster situation. Like LA was in a better game spot, but OKC owns the head-to-head series. That would be my only worry enough for me not to bet the fucking money line in this game. We're going OKC team total under 117.5 at -120. That's going to be on the card today.
117.5.
Yeah, what was that number?
Yeah, 117. 117.5 -120. It's going to be on the card.
Yeah, I'm right back now.
I like it. I'm pumped up
because I'm going to add to this spot. I just haven't figured out how. I'm going to add. I think this is the spot of all spots for me.
Here, Shaden Sharp is probable. So he's been dealing with the calf strain. He's expected to play tonight. Probable is Shaden Sharp.
It might be my first ever SGA under.
I've bet them before.
I've never bet Shea under.
It's not fun.
I mean, bro, Shea's lines are at 35, 33.5 points.
I catch them.
That's a whole lot of points.
My point is, his point props is probably going to be 30. Because it was at 30.5 yesterday, and I didn't bet it because I wanted to bet Shea yesterday because he loves playing against the Clippers. But I think he's going to be going, and he's going to be going up against Drew. Drew going to slow him down.
Yeah,
this is like a prime Blazers spot. I mean, you're catching them off of a game where they look like dog shit against the Lakers backups, and they got blown at. They were 9.5 point favorites and lost that game by double digits. I think third game of a 4-game homestand, or this is the last game of a 3-game homestand for them. So they definitely want to catch one of these W's real quick before they go out to the East Coast and play Miami or Orlando.
32.5.
Oh yeah, I'm getting under. 32.5?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting under that. That's going to be my SGP.
Wow.
32.5?
32.5. That was a fun one. All right,
He had
let's talk.
30 last night.
Yeah, it's I like the look. It's fading shades, not for the faint of heart. That mid-range assassin. Let's roll here. Nasty Nate in the house. Our final spot on the board before Wine Time Sports joins us for college football. He also has 4 official NBA plays that he will give us as well. That will go towards the record. It'd be nice to hear. Let's move here. We have Golden State Warriors 5-3, 1-3 on the road. Sacramento Kings 2-5, 1-1 at home with the Golden One Center in Sacramento, California. The teams are shooting well, especially the Warriors, playing at 20th fastest pace in the NBA, 100.81 possessions a game. By the way, I didn't talk about pace. I slip up a couple times, but in that Portland Thunder game, they're shooting similar numbers, except that Portland's playing at the 3rd fastest pace in the NBA, 104.86 possessions a game. Oklahoma City 26th. So here we have Sacramento shooting 48.7 from the field, 36.5 from 3, 14th fastest pace. Warriors, though, shooting 38.9% from 3 and 47.1 from the field. They look good. They look good. Let's talk about the setup here. We have the Warriors on the second half of back-to-back, and they have to travel. So they won 118-107 last night against Phoenix. This is not the 3rd game in 4 nights or anything like that. They had a couple days off before the back-to-back. But that's a back-to-back where at the end of it, you have to get on an airplane. It's not very easy here. Let's take a look at exactly how long everybody played because the Warriors were in control from jump. They handled things really well. Steph played 34.
Curry's not playing, though.
Oh, he's out. Okay, Curry's out.
Yeah, they ruled him out yesterday.
They already ruled him out. Let me get over to the because
Jimmy's out as well, and he only played 13 minutes last night.
14, yeah. Jimmy only played 14 here. So we have I don't have him as out. I have Curry out. Let's just see. I've got Butler as questionable here with the back injury. It's hard to think that he would play here. Second game of a back-to-back. We have Horford as questionable as well. Tui doubtful. Horford with the foot injury, but it's just the front end of a back-to-back. I would expect Horford to be out there. Not that it would matter that much, but so we would expect, Podziemski, Kuminga, Green, Post. And then for the other side, they've got a bunch of issues too. Of course, Murray out, but Sabonis is questionable here. Let's just take a look at Zach LaVine and Sabonis. So Sabonis questionable. He's got a left rib cage contusion. So it'd be Eubanks, and they just picked up Precious Achua. And then we have Zach LaVine questionable as well. So this is all of a sudden losing its star power quickly. We have LaVine with the back injury. He only scored 15 points, went 4 of 11 shooting on Monday when he tried to play through it. So this has turned into an ugly one. Let's take a look at the line history and hand it over to our guys. We have Sacramento -3. So this line came out at 1:18 a.m. with the knowledge of who's going to be in and out, and it's not moved. Sacramento sitting there at -3. From a total standpoint here, we have this. Come on, we have this sitting right now. Here we go. So, what's off? They're not. There we go. 226.5 opened up at 227.5, and we get to the cash flow. We have 75% of the tickets and 94% of the cash on Golden State. It's hard to believe that's the case. Then we have 54% tickets on the under and 72% of cash on the under. Let's look at a different book here. Here it's the same deal. 65% of the tickets and 58% of cash on the Golden State Warriors. Brizzy, our last game on the card. Take it away.
Yeah, I'll be quick. This is a backwood. Anytime Sacramento should be the bet. I'm a pass.
Why wouldn't they be the bet here? Why is everyone betting Warriors in this situation? Justin, any interest in this one?
Red stole my words. I don't have nothing. They ruled out. I just found it funny they ruled out Curry last night. He drops 28, now he's sick. That was the only thing that threw me off. But the Warriors treated me well yesterday. I had a double up spot on the Warriors and Steph over 25 plus. So, but he drops 28, now he's sick. Then Jimmy Butler's questionable. And then Sabonis got rib injuries. I didn't want to be involved in this game. But if anything, until you said that, I would want to be on the Warriors money line. Like I felt like ruling them out last night. Like the whole thing, everybody's gonna pile on Sacramento, and that's not the case. So I don't have nothing. There's not a prop. I'm not live betting it. I'm not checking the score. I'll wake up and just look at it. Draymond, like, seemed like I don't know, it seemed like he do the most whenever Steph don't play. So
Wow. I guess you're right. I guess this is just.
there's too many variables. I don't want to.
But is it too easy?
Yeah, there's too many variables.
It just seemed like this is a King's layup, and I ain't never found no layup, not in gambling.
It's like, do I really like? It's not a layup / do I really feel like putting my hard-earned money on the Sacramento Kings to win a basketball game? It's just like, nah, I'm good.
And to win it by 4.
And to win by 4, like at that point, you know what? Let me get my Podziemski jersey ready, man. Shit, give me the Warriors.
Kuminga's gonna go for 40 tonight. Wow. All right.
Who?
Kuminga.
Kuminga does go for 40 tonight. I can definitely see that, Jim.
Give me the
Maybe
bet
that
prop.
could be the bet. Is the Kuminga props.
It would be, but I don't want nothing to do with this game. I like my 7 bets, and
The 10 o'clock window is loaded, man. You got San Antonio, LA in prime time. You got the OKC Portland Trailblazer spot. You also got the Dallas game at 9. Like, you don't need this game on your card tonight.
Well, that is our breakdown of NBA here. We're going to see. So, are we going to wait, Brizzy, you're going to sit with it a little longer and decide what exactly you're going to make as official?
No, I'm ready to roll.
Okay, so let's hear Brizzy's official action here, and if I don't have it, I'll add it in. So take it away.
Yeah, first bet is going to be a straight bet Eastern time zone window. Minnesota, New York under 228.5 minus 112. It's going to be bet number 1. Bet number 2 is going to be a parlay. Detroit Pistons, Dallas Mavericks minus 126. Bet number 3 is going to be a same game parlay.
Give me a second on this one. That one was sorry. That was Pistons with who?
Dallas Mavericks
Pistons, Mavericks, and what was the VIG?
minus 126.
Okay, you're in business. Next.
And then same game parlay is going to be Boston money line and Sam Hauser over 8.5 points, and that was plus 103.
Okay.
I really like the Sam Hauser point prop. I was going to take the Hauser point prop straight, but if that point prop covers, it would have to be because Boston wins the game. I would imagine. And then the last bet is going to be a team total under on Oklahoma City. Team total under, and that number was 118.5 at minus 118.
It's a good looking card, Brizzy. I like it. DC Capper, I'm not sure. Give me another minute. It's certainly Dallas. I'm not sure. I mean, if I had the 5.5 that Justin was sitting on, then it would be at 4.5. I just need a second longer with it. Justin, let's review your action here as well, my man. Take it away.
I got the Jazz plus 10 minus 111. Got the Celtics team total over 122.5 minus 113. I got Jalen Brunson over 27.5 points at minus 108. I got the Rockets over 233. Rockets and Grizzlies over 233 minus 112. I got Jokic triple-double plus 107. I got Luka 35 plus points at plus 125. And Stats Play Day number 2, Trailblazers plus 5.5 minus 110.
Yeah, I got all of that here, so we're lockstep. Then for my NBA action, I'm going to take the Celtics at this ludicrous price, just full game, to cover this ridiculous number. First half under and full game under in Minnesota, New York. Mavericks first half and full game, and I'm going to add the Pelicans team total under. Then I'm interested in both the Nuggets and the Heat team total under. I'm going to study the Lakers-Spurs game a little more. I'm going to decide about the Blazers here. So I at this point, DC, I guess I'm just sort of stuck with I really like the Mavericks. I guess my favorite two plays would be a double up there with the Mavericks full game and the Pelicans team total under. Obviously I'm betting the Blazers, so I do like it. And I like the spot quite a bit. I wouldn't say that I necessarily like it more than the other spots that I'm betting, though, other than that Mavericks is my favorite spot. Excellent work, fellas. Thank you guys so much for rocking here with me. Our guy, Justin Mcelvy, star of the Stacks play today. If you follow him on X, when you would have the 5.5 on the Blazers and not be deciding whether or not to move on a 4, please support our guy, Justin. I'm going to pop his X handle here in the chat. Support our guy. And let's get this money. Justin, thank you so much for rocking with us. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Thanks for having me. Let's have a day.
Let's have a day. There's his X handle here. Brizzy, my man, you guys shot the Locker Room Talk podcast. It's out right now. It'll be our showcase video here all week long. I'm going to pop Brizzy's X handle in the chat. Please hit this link and support our guy, Brizzy. Brizzy, tell us, my man, a little bit about our big fight night on Saturday. And with the cloud hanging over the sport right now, you can touch on that if you'd like. You don't have to. It's up to you. You're muted, my man.
We'll save that for another day. Make sure you guys follow the Locker Room Talk podcast. You guys could hit the hype button on the video. The hype button goes a long way to putting us into the algorithm. So we're trying to get the video as much hype as we can get. If you see me looking down currently right now, it's because I'm placing these bets that we just got done talking about. Just got to get this team total in here real quick.
Get it in, Brizzy.
But it's a really good card. What are you doing? How are you guys doing college basketball? Are you guys doing that after college football?
No, I gave out my college basketball action here before NBA. Is there anything you want to make official for college basketball?
The one spot that I'm looking at is the Indiana game. There's 2 spots on the card today that are appealing. Indiana is playing Alabama A&M. Alabama A&M played Grambling in their first game. That's irrelevant, but more of Indiana's roster is more of the appeal. Way different team than what we've came accustomed to seeing. The Tucker DeFreeze family is in town, coach and son, and this Indiana team is a way different basketball team. I think they're going to be up and down, a lot of pace, and I think they're going to hang a number here against them. I just got to figure out how I'm going to bet it, if I'm going to go team total or if I'm just going to take the 30.5 point line that it's at right now. That line opened up at 25.5 and it's up to 30.5. The public is definitely going to love themselves some Indiana when they do their Tucker DeFreeze research. And then the other game I would probably say is like the marquee game of the day is North Dakota State taking on UC Davis. That market's coming down for North Dakota State. They lost their one game that they played so far against Oregon State, but that was a 2-point game. I think Oregon State is a little bit of a different class than UC Davis. I think NDSU is North Dakota State's good money at plus money. And then the other spot was Creighton's playing South Dakota State. That's a crazy fucking line. 29.5 points with a 169.5 total. If Creighton comes anywhere close to covering that spread, that game goes over the total.
Well, let us know if you make any of these spots official. For me, it's just Ryder first half plus 12. But let me know if you make any of these spots official, my man.
I don't blame you. The one game I can't bet. It's a good spot.
I like it. Yeah, I like it quite a bit. Brizzy, my man, thank you for your hard work. Go out there and get that cash. I will be in touch with you, my friend. And we will be talking soon. Thank you for all that you do for us, my man. There he is, Billy Brisbane. We move on to our next guest, the star of Wednesdays here on Betting with the Bag, and we get to hear his official NBA bet. So let's bring him on as soon as possible. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, the star of Walk-Off Wagers right here on Pub Sports Radio. We have Wine Time Sports. And that's Wine Time. What's good, man? How are you?
Good to see you, Jimmy the Bag. Shout out to Billy Briz and Stacks for holding it down in the NBA. Got to listen to some of you guys' takes on some of these games, so that was nice. But yeah, guys, I'll just get right to it because we got a lot of college football to talk about. I'll get into my NBA plays here really quickly. I have made 3 official, actually. I was close on a 4th one. Haven't made it official quite yet. But I am officially on the Los Angeles Lakers, -2.5. I was able to get a -110. I can still get that -110 right now. It looked like there was a little bit of buyback because I was getting 3s across the board. So I am going to give you guys the 2.5 at -110. Also, the Trailblazers, Portland Trailblazers. Wish I got in earlier at this number, but I'm just going to go ahead and take the money line at +170 here. I think they take care of business coming off the loss. OKC coming to town. This line is extremely suspicious, and OKC's just been rocking and rolling. They're the champs. They haven't had a hiccup, haven't had a hangover yet. This is the spot right here against a gritty Portland Trailblazers team that we've been making money on this season. Shout out to them. Love everything they're doing over there right now. And we are also making official. Heard a little pushback on this play by my 2 guys on the Kings, because I know the Warriors are missing some guys. But I mean, is this not a spot that the Kings, if they don't have Steph Curry, we know that Butler might play in this game, but I mean, should they just not blow the doors off these guys here? I mean, they are way more talented than the starting 5 that the Warriors are going to send out there tonight. I know the Kings haven't been good this season. I've talked about it. I mean, with the star power that they have in the starting 5, they're going to need to learn how to play team basketball eventually. I think this is a perfect spot. Curry's not playing it. Even if Butler's playing, I still like it. I think they take care of business. I think they're going to have mismatches all over the court. And
so you think Sabonis and Levine are playing?
I think Levine is going to play. Sabonis, I'm not too sure on, but still, even without those guys, I think that the Kings are more talented. Let me look up Sabonis. Was he at shoot around? Has shoot around even happened? Yeah, it has.
Let me just see my last update on Sabonis. No, we've got no info on shoot around. I don't.
Yeah, nothing so far.
Now. Yeah, but you know, it's a funky game.
It is.
When you would generally in a situation like this, you know, want to back DeRozan, but they know, Draymond Green knows that if there's no Sabonis and no Levine, we have to watch DeRozan everywhere he is on the court. He's, you know, the straw that stirs. Let Schroeder and Westbrook run wild and do whatever they do. So I it's a tricky one, but I understand why you're on the Kings. It's just this one feels like a little too easy sort of thing, you know, when it's like that.
I hear that, and looking at the market, I was surprised. I mean, to see this many people on the Golden State Warriors, 75% of bets, 94% of money on the Warriors right now. I was a little surprised at that, knowing that Curry's not playing in this one. I'm gonna guess it's just no one likes Sacramento. I mean, how can you like this basketball team so far this year? I do think they at some point get it together. I mean, you have to hope. If not, I mean, this is going to be a huge bust. But I think that they should take care of business here. Seeing that the public is hammering Golden State, I like that more. But again, I mean, I would like to have Levine in there. I would really like to have Levine and DeRozan both out there on the court. Sabonis, I mean, I like Sabonis, but at times he can be hot and cold, and I think they can do without him in this spot. So yeah, give me the Kings. And then 2 other spots I'm really close to pulling the trigger on. The Jazz +9.5, -110. I just want to see some more buyback on the Jazz. I'm surprised we haven't. With, you know, it seems like sharp money is coming in, but it's not really necessarily moving the line. So I have a question mark next to that game. Still looking over that, the X's and O's. And then the Denver Nuggets here against the Miami Heat. We were on the Miami Heat against the Clippers on Monday night. So 2 nights ago, or was it last night? Monday night, was it? And it, you know, they're coming off losing to the Lakers. The game was a lot closer in the Lakers game than the score indicated. It was a 10-point game, but the Heat were fighting back in that second half. The Lakers are just rocking and rolling right now. But with that being said, I think that this is kind of a tough travel spot for Miami going into Denver. I think the spread's like this for a reason. I mean, the Lakers and the Clippers weren't this much of a favorite, and they, you know what I mean? Now here we are, Denver -9, 9.5 at some spots right now, 55% of the bets, 66% of the cash on Miami. If anything, I feel like this line might be moving. It's going to move towards Denver. This might get up to a 10 at some point. And at that point, I think they're going to hammer the Miami Heat here. I think Miami got the job done, got one win in the LA series. And here, I think it's just a letdown spot going into Denver. I think Denver's going to take care of business. So I'm close to Denver and the Jazz. Haven't gotten to the window there. The 3 official bets are the Lakers -2.5 at -110, Trailblazers money line at +170, and the Sacramento Kings -3, -110.
You are in business, my friend. I agree with you completely in that Nuggets breakdown. I'm going to be on the Nuggets and the Heat team total under. I'm going to double down there. Wine time in business. Let's move on to college football. Wine time, my man. We start with tonight's action. A little Maction for us. The Kent State Golden Flashes, 3-5, 2-2 in the MAC at Ball State Cardinals. 3-5, 2-2 in the MAC. We're in Muncie, Indiana. Interesting here weather-wise for both of these games. The wind is like right now. It's like 17 miles per hour. It just gets less and less and less throughout the day. When at kickoff, it's like 12. An hour into kickoff, it's like 7, 6, 5. It's a non-issue. So don't worry about the wind. It dies down in both of these games throughout. I just had the Golden Flashes in their last game. It was a Jose spot. We talked about it at the end of our show on Friday. And I said I likened that this was the exactly the same market as Indiana going to Oregon. And what did Kent State do? Not only did they cash, and you even said it after when you saw my action, you said that Kent State looks ripe. And they closed at 9.5 point dogs. They went outright 24-21. Last time we saw them on the road, or the last couple times, the last 3 times. Look, they've had a tough schedule. This is bad, but the last 3 games on the road, they've been outscored 155-20. Now, let me finish. That's at Florida State, at Oklahoma. So that's 110-10. And then Toledo just, wiped the floor with them 45-10. So they've been destroyed on the road. Ball State losing badly on the road too. And they lose at Western Michigan 42-0. Come back and beat Akron at home. And then lose at Northern Illinois 21-7. So they lose at Northern Illinois. That's Northern Illinois' first conference win of the year. That's bad. It's ugly, ugly stuff. I mean, when you lose to Toledo, that's ugly too. Kent State sitting here with the exact same conference record as Toledo, and Toledo beat them 45-10. Both teams have the exact same rest advantage here for this one. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. And here, if wine time is moving on game 1, Kent State, Ball State. First off, Kent State opened up +2.5. Quickly went down to 1.5. It certainly seemed like it was sharp. That went away pretty quickly because they're now at 3. It is juice to Kent State, but that's, these are key numbers. So it's a half-point move towards Ball State. And when we get to the total here for this one, we have it sitting at 47.5. 47.5. Opened up at 46.5. Has climbed up a point here to 47.5. And when we get to the cash flow for this one here, we have 64% of the tickets, 65% of the cash on Ball State, 54% of tickets on the over, but 78% of cash on the under. Speaking of all this, there's some books that are still hanging a juice 2.5, not circa. Interestingly enough, this began with Ball State having 93% of the cash, and it went down to -1. So at that point, you're like, wow, now it opened up at 2.5. So all this money's coming in on Ball State, and the line's moving against Ball State. You would want to just hammer Kent State, but that's changed. Now we have 68% of the cash, 61% of the tickets on Ball State, and they've moved it a full 2 points towards Ball State. So they clearly find this spot for Ball State appealing. Coming off a loss, last time we saw them at home, they delivered. Kent State's been horrific on the road. Wine time, take it away.
Yeah, this is a tough game here. Ball State's coming off a loss against a team we're going to be talking about here shortly that we might have a triple up spot in the next game. I'm not going to have anything in this game, guys, so I'll make it quick here. Shout out to the Kent State interim coach. He really wanted this job, and it's hard to win any games at Kent State. He was able to do that so far this year. He's the new head coach there going forward. This is a tough spot because this is a Ball State team that I don't like by any means. Take a look at the quarterback, Keel Kelly. This kid definitely likes to run with it rather than throw the ball. He's sketchy to me throwing the football here. I don't know how well he's going to do here in this matchup. Both teams do like to run the ball here. I expect, from looking at the market, it's really difficult because at some point you saw Kent State at 3, you saw it down to like a 1.5 for Ball State. And now we're seeing up to a 3 now. And yeah, it does, looking at the market right now, just from that perspective, 64% of bets, 66% of cash on Ball State. And it has moved towards them, and they are playing at home, coming off a very, very disappointing loss to a very, very bad NIU team. NIU might be one of the worst teams in college football right now. Their offense is non-existent. The fact that they were able to score 21 points has me not on Ball State here, just from an X's and O standpoint here, because I do think Kent State offense is better than NIU, and it is going to be a tough road game. Kent State going over to Ball State. Not like this crowd's going to be anything special, but it is going to be a home game for Ball State. I would lean Ball State. I can't do it from the eye test. Even from the market perspective, I just can't do it quite yet. I am seeing, ESPN bet, I don't really see anyone using that. I see a 3.5 there at even money right now, but seeing 3s pretty much everywhere. FanDuel hanging at 2.5. It's a little bit juicy of a number. I would lean Ball State. It's going to be a no play for me. Nothing too crazy for me. I don't have anything too much to say in this ball game. I just couldn't really find any value in either side here. I will say the running back. Let me bring this up here.
Let me say one thing here that I think is the biggest angle in this game. When we saw what happened to Ball State, 10 days ago, and it was horrific, was they got completely dominated on the ground. They only allowed 65 yards through the air. They allowed 300 on the ground. 300. Just horrific. 305 yards on the ground. 5.4 yards per rush. The Northern Illinois ran 57 times on Ball State and dominated. When we go back to Kent State beating Bowling Green, they're not a very good running team. And, Kent State allowed 200 yards on the ground. They only put up 100 themselves. So situationally, the issue is that what other teams can do to Ball State, run the ball down their throat, Kent State can't really do. I think that's the biggest angle here. And that's why, that's why they're appealing. Look at you could say that Kent State's one of the weakest rushing attacks in the MAC, maybe the weakest.
Yeah.
It sets up for Ball State. I think that I think Ball State is the move because Kent State can't do what Northern Illinois just did to them.
That is true. Yeah. And a guy like Jordan Nubbin too. I'm surprised he hasn't done much. The Minnesota transfer for Kent State. This kid's been getting shut down. Yeah, there hasn't been really a run. It's been non-existent. You're right. I'm looking at these guys' numbers right now, and they don't have too much to look at. Gavin Garcia, he's averaging under 4 yards a carry right now, and he's gotten nearly 100 touches. And Jordan Nublin, 50 touches, averaging 4 yards. Yeah, these guys aren't doing too much on the ground. I would lean Ball State. It's just I can't get there after what I watched last week because they couldn't get anything going against a not too good NIU defense either. NIU defense is better than their offense, but yeah, it's going to be a pass for me.
I get it. AJ saying if you could only get a rider first half plus 11.5 right now, I would still get it. I would still move on it. I think it's a pretty clear move. Remember, when I bet it, it was 20.5 was the full game. Now it's down to 18.5. The X's and O's make sense to me. Now, again, Rutgers is a question mark. We don't really know what the hell we're going to see out there. But if you listen to their coach, all he can talk about is, we bang the boards, we bang the glass, we fight hard. When coaches say that, that means, we have no skill whatsoever. Our lottery picks are gone. We're going to outwork everybody. So, Ryder has a sophomore and a senior backcourt returning. They just got waxed by Virginia. Rutgers hasn't played. So I like it. I like the spot in that half point. I don't think will come into play. Even against Virginia, 5 minutes left in the half, they were down 7, and they lost by 10 in the first half, and Virginia is better than Rutgers. And that was before Ryder got a game under their belt. So for me, the X's and O's are there for me. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Wine time. Maction, baby. Maction, which we love so very much. Same time, popping off 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the NIU, Northern Illinois Huskies, coming off a very, very rare victory. 2-6, 1-3 in the MAC. Got their first MAC win at the Toledo Rockets. 4-4, 2-2 in the MAC with the Glass Bowl in Toledo, Ohio. Same deal. 52 Fahrenheit clear, 12 mile per hour winds. Right now it's like 16, 17. Halfway through the game it'll be 6 or 5, and when it gets to nighttime it'll be like 2. Toledo just got waxed at Washington State. It was a very fun game to break down. As always, these college games are, but the Sharps were moving heavily towards Toledo because the statistical profile on Washington State didn't fit because they'd been on the road for 4 weeks in a row, and people care in Pullman. They care. And they'd played one home game in 5 weeks. The statistical profile was all based on their road games. What happened? Washington State was happy to come home. The fans came out and they waxed Toledo. It was a nice wake-up call for Toledo. Toledo felt pretty good about themselves after that 45-10 home win over Kent State. They did lose at Bowling Green, but they hammered Akron at home. If you look at the last 2 games Toledo's played at home, they've outscored Kent State and Akron, 2 not very good teams, but in the same realm as NIU. They beat them 90-13. That's what Toledo has done. Now you have to deal with a big favorite and a low total, which implies low volatility. Do you want big favorites with low totals? No. This total opened up at 42, dropped down to 41, got up to 42.5, down, up, whatever. It's right back from where we started. There's been a 5-cent move to the over. From a spread perspective here, you have Toledo minus 14.5. They opened up at 14. It's just been banging around 14 and 14.5. And when we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have 67% of tickets and 64% of cash on Toledo, 61% of tickets and 57% of cash on the over. I'm still looking at 41.5s. BetMGM has moved it to 42.5. They're the only book that's done that. So that's up from 41.5. They say that they have 62% of tickets and 60% cash on the over. They have 72% of tickets and 83% of cash on NIU, and they've moved it a half point. Circa, let's see what they're doing because they've moved this to 15, but they opened it at 15. They got the same thing, 72 and 83 on NIU. They're angry. Toledo's an angry group. Is NIU feeling good about themselves? AM says Toledo minus 14.5 is a smash and grab. Circa is taking all the NIU cash. Let's go over that again. 72% and 83 on NIU coming off a win. BetMGM has 72 and 83 on NIU, and they move it a half point. I think this is the perfect situation. You had NIU against a team that is the perfect, weapon, where they can just run the ball down Ball State's throat. Toledo Rockets coming off a big wake-up loss. They're probably champing, ready to smash and grab. I'm with AM. Is this not just a smash and grab on Toledo? Take it away.
I agree. I think Toledo is definitely live to cover this spread and to blow these guys out. In the beginning of the year, I remember everyone had a lot of high expectations for Toledo. And if you look at their roster from a roster standpoint, got a lot of talent over there. They got a lot of redshirt seniors. They got a lot of guys from Power 4 conferences that have been there now for a couple of years. A lot of people really thought they were going to build something here if they go undefeated in the MAC, win the MAC title. They maybe have a chance at a college football playoff run. I think who they played in week 1, I think it was Kentucky. They ended up losing, and their playoff hopes slowly came to an end. But this is going to be a team that's going to fight until the end of the season. They know the kind of talent they have on this roster. And, guys, this is a mismatch everywhere you look, especially defensively. I mean, this defensive front from Toledo, guys, this is a really good run-stopping defense. Jimmy already touched on it. NIU, RB2 White, 37 carries in that last game against Ball State for 166 yards. Guys, 37 carries. RB1 got 15 carries for 100 yards. These guys like to run the ball. They like to run the ball right down your throat, and I don't think Toledo's going to let them. I think especially if they put an extra safety in the box, and you have to force the quarterback here from NIU. What is this kid's name again? It is Josh Holst. Guys, this guy, I mean, look at his numbers. This guy hasn't been able to do anything. He's been able to maybe get it done a little bit on the ground. He's definitely a run-first quarterback. He's 6'4", 205, redshirt sophomore. He's kind of a higher recruit from them coming in, 3-star guy from Illinois. But I just don't like this quarterback. I don't think he can throw the ball downfield. And I think if Toledo's going to shut down this run attack, I don't think Northern Illinois is going to be able to score at all here. I find it hard to believe that they're going to even get in the end zone in this game here, guys. We've seen a low total here with a favorite this high right here. Something tells me that Toledo probably gets up early in this game and they put their foot on the brakes and they kind of slow this game down a little bit. And NIU is going to be so far down behind, they're going to have to score touchdowns, and they're not going to be able to do it through the air. They're only going to be able to do it through the ground. And I think Toledo, that's going to be their game plan here. Those 4 guys in their defensive front, Malachi Davis, Eshawn Carter, Martise Pointner, Luce Julian, all these guys have been really good this season. These are all 4th, 5th-year guys that have been here for kind of quite some time. They've got a couple transfers on this defensive line, guys that are going to rotate in and out. And you look at their back 4 too. I mean, look at their corners and their safeties. All these guys have been here, 3-4-year starters. These guys won a win here at home on a Wednesday night. I mean, this might be one of the most hostile environments we see on a Wednesday night, in MAC action. This place is going to be rocking, I believe so, because they have Jason Candle has gotten a lot of NIL money into this program, has been able to pay some of these recruits that they've been able to get in these last couple of years. Talk about their quarterback, too, over here from Toledo. I mean, Tucker Gleason, I mean, this guy, too, 5th-year guy. This guy's been here for forever. I can't believe we're still talking about this guy, the transfer from Georgia Tech. I like this guy at the quarterback position. I mean, he's definitely a pocket passer, 6'3", 245. He's a good athlete too. If you give him time to throw, he's definitely going to be able to be efficient in the passing game. Take a look at his running backs as well. I mean, this is a run-first offense. Chip Trainum, 601 yards on the year, 5.8 yards a carry, 7 touchdowns out of the backfield. Their RB2 is Kenji Christian. He's averaging over 5 yards a carry. Both these guys are rotating in and out, and these guys are big running backs, like 6'1", 6'2", 210, 220, like power backs that I don't think NIU is going to be able to really put them in place. And I think Toledo probably goes up like 24-0. I'm not going to say a prediction, but I say they go up early and they probably put their foot on the brake a little bit, slow the game down, continue to run the ball as they're going to probably throughout this game. I think they're going to be able to attack NIU through the air in the beginning, but I think they slow this game down. NIU is not going to be able to get anything on the board here, guys. This is what I'm moving on. We're seeing this total low for a reason. Give me NIU under 7 first half, -110 team total under 7. And also give me NIU under 14 -110 full game. And I am very close as well to moving on the full game under. I just don't want to give it out quite yet because I do think there might be a little bit of scoring from the Toledo side early, and we're going to be able to get in on a live game under or second half under. I mean, if this ever gets 46-47, I mean, I'm going to move on this under live most likely. What are we seeing right now? 42s at -105 right now. If I see this
climbing slightly. It's climbing slightly if you wait.
And and that's what I'll do. I don't think I'm going to move on the full game, honestly. I think I'm just going to wait to in game it or second half it, depending on what we see in the first half. But I don't think we're going to see NIU be able to put up anything. I think the fact that they had to run the ball that many times and score only 21 points and just not even really do it efficiently. I mean, 36 carries for 166 yards. I mean, how many times did you get stuffed in that, So with that being said, I think NIU is going to try to run the ball. And if they just stack that box and force them to throw the ball in the air, they're going to be unsuccessful and they're not going to be able to move the ball. And we're going to see a lot of 3-and-outs. And so give me the team totals. First half under for NIU, 7 -110, under 14, -110 full game.
You're in business. I'm going to be on Toledo first half and full game. It's a 7.5 and a 14.5. I don't think it makes sense to buy down to the 7 and the 14. It's certainly not the 14.5, but it might make sense to take the 7. Might. I'm just going to see how expensive that is. I'll figure that out. And then I'm going to be on Ball State full game, and we are in business. Great to see Nick Frazier, the star of the Water Cooler Talk Sports Show, be rocking SEC with Dabby Cab with us tomorrow and a huge addition to the squad. Shout out to our guy Nick Frazier in the house. We move on to best bet time with our guy Wine Time Sports. We start 12 p.m. Eastern. The number 2 ranked Indiana Hoosiers 9-0, 6-0 in the Big Ten. At Penn State, Nittany Lions 3-5, but 0-5 in the Big Ten. We're at Beaver Stadium, University Park, Pennsylvania. 59 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy, 9-mile-per-hour winds. Let's set this one up and hand it over to our guy. And Penn State covers against Ohio State. Shout out to Jose Bouquet here. They were in business. I guess they didn't in the end. Good God, 21-0 in the second half. Jose's probably shaking his head backstage. It was 17-14 at halftime, and I was like, good God, Jose, you're brilliant. But a bad second half. I didn't realize that it happened. But they showed something for a half. Back-to-back tough road games at Iowa, at Ohio State. They're still playing with some heart. Indiana's just running roughshod over everybody. I mean, they're beating everybody by margin. We didn't get the sign when they went into Iowa and beat them by 5. We got the sign when they went into Oregon and beat them by 10, 7-point dogs. Remember, that came down from 9.5, 10. Then they smash Michigan State at home 38-13, smash UCLA 56-6, and then destroy Maryland 55-10. The Hoosiers and Fernando Mendoza are a runaway train right now. They're just rolling. Let's get into the line history and hear what our guy Wine Time's plan of attack is. We'll start with the side on the spread here. Sorry, I have everything else set up, but I didn't move this one over. We have Indiana minus 15. So this opened up at 13.5. And went right through the key number of 14 all the way up to 15.5. Now back to 15. So we've had slight buyback here. Wonder if they're going to be fully locked in against this weak Nittany Lions squad. What a season of sadness it has become over there. This total is a 48.5. Opened up 49, got 49.5, and then dropped to 48.5. We only have cash flow information here on the side. So I did set up action so that we could talk about all of it. So here from the odds logic board, we have 73% of the tickets and 81% of the cash on Indiana. Circa has also moved this to 15. Not all sites have. They've moved it to 15. It was at 15.5 too, but they moved it from 13.5 to 15 with 87% of tickets and 85% of cash on the Hoosiers. So they're showing concern getting it through that key number. Action telling us a different story. They say 47% of the tickets are on Indiana and 60% of the cash. On the total, they're telling us that 66% of the tickets are on the under and 57% of the cash. Wine Time Sports Saturday Best Bets, Hoosiers, Nittany Lions. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone could have predicted this outcome that Penn State is looking at right here, guys, losing the last 5 games. I mean, guys, let's just take a step back for a second here. When Oregon went into the whiteout game, we were on Penn State in that one. Penn State, a magical comeback in that fourth quarter, but Oregon really couldn't get anything going in that game. With that being said, Penn State lost to UCLA. It was a tough matchup for them. Going into that game, something wasn't right mentally with Penn State when they went to the Rose Bowl that game. Something wasn't right up top. Then you play Northwestern and you lose by 1 point. Northwestern's not a bad squad, guys. When it comes down to it, when we talk about Oregon later, that's the best team that Oregon has beaten this year at this point because Northwestern beat Penn State. With that being said, where else do they go, Jim? They go to the University of Iowa, a team we're going to be talking about later, lose by 1 point. With no head coach in there, you've got your interim in there. Then you go against an Ohio State team, in Ohio State. This is a tough schedule that Penn State has had in front of them these last 5 games. Guys, this is a too talented of a roster, too talented of a coaching staff to just go down like this. This line is fishy, guys. I don't care that it's Penn State and they're at home. I thought this was going to be an 18.5, 19.5, like Indiana blowout spot against Penn State. I saw it get up to a 15.5. I ended up buying up and gotten the 16, but we'll get into that in a second here. I just think this is a perfect spot for Penn State, guys. This talent, think about Katron Allen, Nicholas Singleton. These guys were projected to go early in the NFL draft last year. Go maybe not early, maybe third to fifth round, but like for a running back, that's what you're kind of getting nowadays, unless you're one in generation talent. Katron Allen, I mean, this guy has definitely been getting going here these last couple weeks. Coach Kolenicki's got to open something up. He has lost my respect from an offensive play calling standpoint. I told you guys in the beginning of the year, this guy's going to be coaching at an SEC head coaching. Like, this guy's going to have a big time job. He has not showed that this year. And Franklin leaving, it doesn't really seem like he's really changed too much. I think he's going to make some adjustments. I think he kind of knows he has to. And the roster needs to know that, like, their draft stock, all these guys, like, it's only going down from here. If they just continue to lose and get embarrassed, especially at home, it's not going to look good on their draft stock. It's not going to look good on their player portfolio when it's all said and done. Indiana, this team's absolutely rocking and rolling. They have everything in front of them here. And call me crazy, Jim, I think Penn State might get these guys out right here. I think this might be the one loss Indiana takes on their schedule the rest of the year. We know it's tough to play in environments. This is going to be the toughest environment that they have played in. You could compare it to Kinnick when they went to Kinnick a couple weeks ago. But, I mean, Penn State, I don't know where their fan base is really at this point, but this is going to be a sold-out crowd. I mean, you have the number 2 team coming into town. You've been struggling, but this is a perfect get-right spot. I think Penn State is going to absolutely cover this game. I think it's going to come down to the wire. I think it's going to come down to the fourth quarter, and people are going to be like, damn, okay, so like this is the Penn State that we thought we were going to see all season long. They start opening things up. I mean, they got the highest paid DC over there, Jimmy Knowles, who just won a national title. And did Ohio State, they're the team, I believe, that absolutely blew out Indiana, and Indiana had no absolute answer on offense against his defense over there. So with that being said here, I'm on Penn State plus 16 minus 120. I paid a little bit of juice, guys, because I don't think we're ever going to really see that again. It's opened up at a 14.5, 15, and got up to a 15.5. And I said, do I take the 15.5? You know what? Let's see what it is going to be priced at plus 16, minus 120. I said, I'm going to take that juice here. I'm going to sprinkle a little bit on this Penn State money line if I can get it available at some point this week, guys. Not saying that that's my prediction. They win this game, but I think they're going to stay close with this game. Indiana, don't get me wrong, everything they've got going over there from a culture, from a coaching standpoint. I mean, no one talks enough about Mike Shanahan, their offensive coordinator that has followed Kurt Cignetti since their days at Elon. He's a wide receivers coach there. He's been the play caller at James Madison. I mean, this is not one of the best OCs in the game. It's going to be against a good defensive coordinator here on the road. I worry here for Indiana, and Indiana could lose this game and absolutely still be in that Big Ten title, still be in national contender hopes. They probably sneak out of this one, but too many points with Penn State. Give me Penn State plus 16, minus 120.
What an exciting breakdown. Penn State plus 16, minus 120 for Wine Time Sports. We roll on. We head over to Nick Frazier's neck of the woods, SEC action. So we'll hear him break down this with Dabby Cab as well tomorrow. This is the lone SEC game for Wine Time's Best Bets. Georgia Bulldogs 7-1, 5-1 in the SEC at the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Bulldog on Bulldog 5-4, 1-4 in the SEC. We're at Davis Wade Stadium in Starkville. 74 Fahrenheit, beautiful weather, partly sunny, 3-mile-per-hour winds. Georgia coming off the 24-20 victory over Florida. That was at Trevor Bank Stadium in Jacksonville. Fourth straight win. Wasn't that dominant, but they got the job done. That came on the heels of beating Ole Miss by 8. Mississippi State coming off a big win at Arkansas, 38-35 on the road. They've been playing teams tough. I mean, they went into the swamp and lost by 2. They took Texas to overtime, and then they win at Arkansas. Very, very interesting spot here, Georgia, Mississippi State. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have a total of 57.5. Mississippi State been playing some high-scoring games. Just opened up 56.5, dropped to 56. It has now climbed over 57.5, the key number being 57. On the point spread here, take a second. Here we go. On the point spread, we have, coming up here with Georgia. While I'm waiting for this, I don't know why everything's going so slow. While I'm waiting, I can tell you here at Circa that Georgia is -8. I got this sitting here at -8. 50% of the tickets, 53. And it was an opener at 7.5. 58% of the tickets, 53% of the cash on Georgia. And here back at our line movement, this is back to 7.5. Wow, this is wild. So we have a 7.5 here, juice to Georgia -116. So it's moved 6 cents. And then I go over to a very sharp offshore, one of the sharpest. They just moved it to 9 2 hours ago.
Oh, wow.
So it feels like the books aren't on the same page here with this one. And then back to that cash flow. We got the 50 and 53 at Odds Logic. I'm going to go over to Action to give the other information. Here they're saying 79% of the tickets, 98% of the cash is on Mississippi State, if we're to believe it. They also say 36% of the tickets, 76% cash is on the over. Wine Time Sports, Bulldogs, and Starkville.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Two books are giving me two different numbers right now. Two books that I use on a daily basis. Mississippi State plus 8.5 minus 110, and then plus 7.5 at minus 105 right now. I got in last night, Mississippi plus 8, guys. Listen, Starkville, Mississippi. You guys, it seems like I've been talking about Mississippi State's one of the most talked teams I've talked about this year. We've done well with them at times, but we also haven't done well with them. Jeff Levy, though, we know what this guy brings to the table, and that's an offense. He's an offensive-minded guy. His whole career coming up as an offensive coach, worked his way up, was able to land the Mississippi State job. Who wants to coach at Mississippi State? Not a lot of people. It's hard to win there. And this guy is doing his absolute best right now for a team that's fighting to get to a bowl game, guys. I mean, if they get to a bowl game, they might give this guy an extension. They might offer him a lot more money than what he's getting right now. And you see all these other SEC schools just firing their coaches with a record like this. That's when you come to a school like this, the expectations aren't super high, but he's definitely setting them here going forward. You've got a 6th-year quarterback in Blake Shapen. I mean, this guy has been in college since I was in college. You know what I mean? This guy's been around for a very long time. You got Devon Booth, another running back. You got Fluff Bothwell. Love that name. Brendan Thompson at wide receiver. Jordan Mosley. Got a pretty talented group over here. We know what they want to do, and that's score. It's just if they can stop anyone. Mississippi State has been in almost every single game this year. That A&M game, guys, that score does not indicate how close that was. It was a close game in that first half. I honestly thought Mississippi State was playing better in that first half. A&M obviously made the better adjustments with the better coaching staff that they had. But this team's going to be fighting. Georgia Bulldogs coming off, a very close game against Florida. Thank you, Gunnar Stockton, for for going down at the 1-yard line. I appreciate your efforts to get me that cover at the +7 because for a second I was like, I thought Florida was going to win the game outright. And then I was like, wait, are they not going to cover right here? And he goes down at the 1. It was a thing of beauty. All my hair on my body was standing up. I had the goosebumps. It was just crazy watching that play right there. With that being said here, Georgia, we know what they want to do on a week in and week out basis, guys. I talked about it last week. They want to win. Kirby Smart doesn't care about these spreads. He thinks every single team in the SEC is a good team. And if you go on the road anywhere and beat them, just beat an SEC team in general, that's good enough. I think Georgia sneaks out of this one, and Mississippi State just loses just another close game here. Don't get me wrong, Mississippi State, I can definitely see them winning this game outright. They have the talent to do it on offense. In the trenches, their offensive line is pretty experienced too, and a Georgia defensive line that I'm not super impressed with by any means. Give me Mississippi State +8 minus 110. Tweeted out last night. Like the 7.5, like the 8, like the 8.5, whatever you can get. Sprinkle that money line as well. I think Georgia is a very good football team, but I think that this is a little bit overrated of a number 5 team in the nation. That's my guy Stacks. I know he's a Georgia guy. He probably doesn't like what I'm saying, but just from what I'm seeing from my eye test week in and week out from Georgia, they want to do one thing, and that's win. They don't care by how much, just win the game by a couple points, and that's all that matters. Mississippi State, I think they're going to fight. They've got too much pride there. The bell cows are going to be rocking and rolling in Starkville. This place is going to be going nuts knowing that this team has a chance to get to a bowl game still at some point, and that's good for this fan base, for the future, for this program. Mississippi State +8 minus 110.
What about the over?
I like the over as well here. I didn't dive too much into can you read me off the market in that while I look for it?
Well, it's climbing. It's now past the key number 57 into 57.5. We have no information from Odds Logic at this point, but we do have it from the action. I just got off of it. Moved on to our next game. So over there we have 36% of the tickets on the over and 76% of the cash. And it's climbed through that key number.
I think this could hit 60, which is rare for a Georgia game, I feel like sometimes. But I just think the way Mississippi State offense is rocking and their defense, I mean, I didn't really touch on it too much. They've got an experienced defense, but, I mean, Georgia's going to probably be able to score as well in this game. So I definitely think this game's going to hit 60. Who knows? This might be another one of those games where Mississippi State goes overtime and they get screwed in overtime or something, because I feel like we've seen that happen a couple times this year. It's just they've been barely losing these games. I think They're going to make some adjustments this next offseason. Jeff Levy's going to probably be able to attract some more talent there. And this program is going to be heading in the right direction next year. But at the same time, they are losing a lot of guys this year to graduation and all that. But I think Mississippi State is live in this game at home. If this was in Georgia, I would think Georgia blows the doors off these guys. But I think this is probably a meaningful game for the fans, and they will be there.
Mississippi State +8 at -110 for wine time. We head on to Morgantown, West Virginia, home of the 3-6, 1-5 in the Big 12 Mountaineers. The exact same record as the incoming Colorado Buffaloes, but two teams feeling different about their situations. 59 Fahrenheit, light rain, 8-mile-per-hour winds. Another debacle for prime time. 52-17 loss at home to Arizona. So in comes the freshman quarterback to try and change the vibe here. They've been outscored 105-24 over their last two games. I mean, go back 3 weeks and they beat Iowa State at home 24-17 and felt okay about themselves. How things can change so rapidly. West Virginia coming off a big 45-35 win at Houston. It was impressive. They were, stopped their losing streak. It was a shock. They were 12.5-point dogs. They go ahead and win outright. It was wild. I mean, they deserved everything. They put up 403 yards to Houston's 400. Now they won the turnover battle 4-0, but it's not like they were outgained by 100 or 200 yards. They played good football and they won by 10. And it's 12.5-point dogs, feeling good about themselves for the first time all year. Finally get a Big 12 victory. That's where they stand now. Now, we have not seen them at home very much. We saw them at home lose by 6 to TCU on the 25th of October. Then you have to go back to September 27th when they got pummeled by Utah. So we haven't seen them at home. The statistical profile is based on a lot of road games. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have West Virginia -6.5 at -107. They opened up at 5.5, got to 6, and they're now at 6.5. So it's a 1-point move and one-way traffic, but we're not moving that quickly, but it's one-way traffic. When we get to the total here for this one, we have a 55. This one opened up at 56.5, got to 56, and now to 55. So we've dropped a little bit. We go to odds logic here to see their thoughts or their cash flow here. They have 62% of the tickets and 87% of the cash on West Virginia. It's not a ton on West Virginia. Superbook still hanging at 6. This even came back to 6 at circa today or yesterday again, then back to 6.5. So that's not moving. Let's see if Action has the same sort of numbers. And they do. They have 79% of the tickets on West Virginia and 54% of the cash, 52 and 51 on the over. Books aren't showing their hand here. One time, take it away. Buffaloes, Mountaineers, and Morgantown, West Virginia.
Yeah, I would think that this total it's going to at least climb to 7.5 at some point. I'm surprised it hasn't yet, honestly. Listen, guys, these are two teams headed in the wrong direction right now. West Virginia, a couple impressive games so far this season. We saw them take care of business against a really good Pitt team at home in their home opener in conference play. Back in early September. And that right there just showed, like, when you go into Morgantown, this is one of them. Morgantown and Marshall University, both these schools in West Virginia, two schools that you have to get. It's very tough to get to the stadium from the airport, have to go around traffic and all that. It's a pain in the ass from what I've heard. It's one of the worst places to travel to actually get to a game when you're not from that area, because you're not familiar with what's going on and everything's kind of out of the way. And I think that it's going to throw off some of these.
We just had huge news, not good for Lakers backers. Rob Freebrand says Reeves has been ruled out.
Oh, wow.
Reeves.
No good right there.
Not good. Sorry, I wanted you to know right away. But, wow. Thank you, Rob, for the announcement. So now the 35+ for Luka at +125. I'm sure that line has changed drastically. That stack's moved on. Wine time, keep rolling, man. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, you're good. This West Virginia team's going to fight. That's what you kind of get out of Rich Rod. This guy coached here 20 years ago. It was the biggest job he took. It was his alma mater. Kind of got bounced around in a couple small space spots, goes to Jacksonville State, wins there, and gets his job back here for West Virginia. I don't think that West Virginia is a very good football team. I just think that they're going to go out there and play with some heart here at home. Scotty Fox Jr., I mean, this kid has been stepping up big time, the true freshman quarterback coming in, replacing these last couple weeks. He's looked good out there. Didn't really know a lot about this kid in high school. Don't really know too much about him, to be honest with you. But this guy, the offense looks better with him in there. Sucks that they don't have their running back, Jaheim White, from the beginning of the season. Came out early. They've just had a lot of difficult situations this year with injuries. They've lost a lot of guys and also brought in a crap ton of transfers, but it seems like it's working out for them. And I think this Colorado team, I mean, we know Shedeur, Travis, and all them aren't on the team anymore. It doesn't really look like Deion's head is in the right place. Every time I watch him in his press conferences, just his body language when he's coaching, the spotlight's not on him anymore. It just seems a lot different. He likes the spotlight. He wants all eyes on him. He wants all eyes on the program. And if you look at these last couple games, guys, I mean, they've mentally, I think, just checked out defensively. That defensive coordinator, I mean, Deion has been verbally abusing him on the sideline in a couple of these blown coverages from the defense. It just seems like the offense on the opposing team knows everything about the defense that Colorado's going to bring. And if you pretty much put your corner on an island with one of these receivers, they're going to burn you every single time, because not one of these defensive backs from Colorado was able to stop any receiver on Arizona on the deep ball. They weren't able to keep up in coverage. They just don't look like they're playing with confidence out there. And I think this is a difficult place to go to, West Virginia. It's going to be tough to fly into the airport, to get to the stadium, to get settled in. It's a lot different environment out there. Nothing that these kids are used to from Colorado. And I just think it's probably going to be a little bit of a culture shock for them as well, just seeing probably this fan base from West Virginia. Not really, I mean, I feel like it's a very underrated place to play, Morgantown. This is a college town. I mean, anyone that lives here, you've either lived there your whole life or you go to school out there. So it's majority students, and there's a downtown area, and the downtown area is like 4 bars. And I just think that this is going to be a spot where every student is going to be there. They're going to be rocking in West Virginia and Morgantown. And I think it's going to be a little too much for the true freshman quarterback coming in, getting the start, Julian. People were saying he was going to start in the beginning of the season. He obviously wasn't ready, but I don't think anyone in that quarterback room is ready, honestly. None of them look competent to play the game. I don't know if he's going to be much of a difference here, because this is going to be a very hostile environment. Give me West Virginia. I gave out the -6.5 at minus. I just want to be sure I have this. -110. Same number right now. I think West Virginia takes care of business. I don't like the market's not moving in their favor like I thought it would. I thought we'd already probably see 7.5. Haven't seen them yet. We still might be able to see them here coming up, but that's what I'm on in this game.
You are in business once again, my friend. West Virginia -6.5 at -110. We have 2 games left of best bets from our Wine Time Sports. 3:30 p.m. Eastern. The number 9 ranked Oregon Ducks, 7-1, 4-1 in the Big Ten. This is the game that you've been waiting for. At the number 20, now they're ranked. They heard your complaints.
They're not ranked. That's the college football rankings, Jim. That's not the AP poll, unfortunately.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Ranked 20 here in college football rankings. Iowa Hawkeyes 6-2, 4-1 in the Big Ten. And we are in Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, Iowa, where we do have rain showers. So same thing that we're going to deal with at Camp Randall in the next game. Rain showers. We'll have to keep an eye on, how bad it will be. Rain showers, 42 Fahrenheit, rain showers, 8-mile-per-hour wind. So it's not crazy windy or anything like that. This is Iowa's chance here to step up. They've won 3 straight games. This is their 3rd straight game at home. They're locked in. They just destroyed Minnesota. They've had a little bit of time now. It's over a week. Both teams getting over a week here. Oregon really failed to menace against Wisconsin. 21-7 victory. We were on unders in that one. Thankfully, totals have not been going well for me in college football while they've been going so well in NFL. Fucked up, man. So that's the situation. Oregon hitting the road. Last time they were on the road, they beat Rutgers 56-10. Time before that, they beat Penn State 30-24, and that was when Penn State was, everything together. Take a look at the line history here for this one. First off, this total is dropping. It opened up at 43.5, 42.5, 41.5, got down to 40.5. Today it came up a half point to 41. Let's take a look at this point spread. and the cash flow is all set up. So from a point spread standpoint, we have Iowa +6 at -105. They opened up at 5.5, and it took 11 minutes to get to 6. So it was a quick move towards Oregon, then up to 6.5, then back down to 5.5, and now we're sitting at a 6. So overall, there's been a half-point move towards the Ducks. When we get to the cash flow, we have Odds Logic with all the information here, so we don't need to check out another site unless we have questions. 54% of the tickets are on Oregon and 73% of the cash. 54 and 73. 85% of tickets on the over and 88% cash on the over. So let's see what Circa is doing with this. Circa has 57% of the tickets and 83% of the cash on Oregon, and they have not moved the number from the opening line. Now, there have been times where they have moved it towards Iowa. This went down to 4.5 back on a Sunday. So it moved to 4.5 and then back up to 6. That only lasted at 4.5 for about 45 minutes. Then on Monday, they move it back to 5.5. Lasts there for 8 hours before it comes back to the 6. But they're sure taking a lot of money on Oregon for it to be stuck at 6. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Canucks Stadium, Iowa City, Iowa, hosting the Oregon Ducks.
This has to be one of the most hostile places to play around this time in college football. Canucks Stadium in Iowa City, Iowa. This is what it's all about for this team right here. I mean, this is when you want your big-time opponents to come to your stadium in your city and beat you one-on-one. I mean, we saw what Iowa did against Indiana weeks back. They had the lead in the fourth quarter. I mean, on the opening play, Gronowski threw an interception that ultimately led to an Indiana touchdown on their opening drive when they were already past midfield. So quite an easy touchdown. I mean, so many things, but let me get into Coach France really quick, guys. This is his chance. He can drive off in the wind at the end of the season, knowing that he's always been able to do his part on the end defensive side. He's always had Phil Parker, who, by the way, in my opinion, might be the best defensive coordinator in college football right now. What this guy has done with this program over the last decade plus, it's nothing short. I mean, all the NFL talent that he's brought up these last couple of years. I mean, they asked him in his presser this week, you got 2 years ago, you had Cooper DeJean. Last year, you had Jay Higgins. You've always had these playmakers on defense. Who's your playmaker this year? And he's like, we have playmakers everywhere. I can't single anyone out because they're going to be mad at me. But that's how gritty this group is. They show up to work every single day, knowing that it could be their last game. You never know what's going to happen out there. And the way he's able to recruit the talent that he's brought into this Iowa program, you look across their depth chart on the defensive side of the football, 2 transfers? All these guys are Iowa-grown kids that have learned the system over the last couple of years, wanted to learn it, didn't want to be in a rush to play right away. They just wanted their chance and to capitalize on a chance. And that's what this team's doing. You guys we can't forget about the best returner in all of college football right now too. And by the way, plays on Iowa and Caden Wetting. This kid has I think 2 punt returns for touchdowns, a kickoff return for a touchdown. This guy is a return specialist. I mean, this guy is so explosive with the football in his hand, does everything right. And it's all 3 phases with Iowa, guys. It's special teams, it's defense, and now it's offense. Finally, you get your quarterback in Gronowski, a running quarterback. You get your OC in John Lester. You kind of have the weapons around you to succeed. And that's what they've been doing these last couple of years, building up for this moment. And this is the moment right here for Iowa football to really get over the hump against the Oregon Ducks. It's funny when they asked Phil Parker about what is all the worries he's going to have about this Oregon offense. And he went on this 5-minute rant about how good this offense is. And then he goes, they're well funded too. And it just kind of made me laugh because Oregon, all the NIL money in the world, Iowa, not any NIL money. They're going to go out there. It's going to be grit. It's going to be grind. I mean, hard work. Talent beats hard, or hard work beats talent when talent doesn't want to work hard. That's what we're going to see right here in this matchup. These Iowa DBs are going to be up for the challenge. You're going to have to lock up DeCorian Moore, the true 5-star freshman coming in. This kid might be one of the best receivers in all of college football. But again, he might be a little this is going to be a big moment for him and the quarterback over there, Dante Moore. We saw him struggle in the first half in the whiteout game. We saw him struggle in general against Penn State. And if he struggled in Penn State, I think he's going to struggle big time here. Iowa has always been physical. They're going to beat you. They're not going to make mistakes. They don't miss tackles. They do everything right. And I think it's going to all pay off here in this game here. Give me Iowa +6 -110. I'm going to give out the money line as well. I'm just going to give it out later in the week. You guys know I have a future on him, and from what I've heard, you can get a better number right now. I think Moose told me get like a plus 12,500 right now, them to win the Big Ten. I took it 2 weeks ago at plus 10,200, pays $20,000, and I think they take care of business here. They got to go on the road to USC still. I know I forget about mentioning that at times, but I think they take care of business here. A 6 is very fishy too. This should, I thought, Jim, when we talked about this a couple weeks ago, when I said I was going to be on Iowa, I expected to be on them plus 10.5. I expected that would be the line, a double-digit dog. Oregon, they're 8 right now in the college football ranking pool because they're not getting any credit for any of their wins. It's very shocking when that news came out yesterday. They're pretty much saying that if Oregon loses this game, they would pretty much have to win the Big Ten title to get to the college football playoff. Iowa needs this win. You're not going to be a 9-3 Iowa team getting into the college football playoff. Got to take care of business here. I think Iowa's going to show up when it matters most here, and it's going to come down to the last possession. It's just if they can capitalize and not mess up on a screen pass like what they did against Indiana in the fourth quarter on that last drive. You know, they threw a screen pass on 4th and short, and it just didn't work out. It came back to bite them. They've been 1 or 2 plays away from being undefeated. I'm on Iowa, guys. It's no secret. I think they're going to take care of business. Give me the plus 6 minus 110.
Iowa plus 6 at minus 110 for Wine Time Sports. We head to Camp Randall for the last game of our show today. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us here at Pub Sports Radio. Isaac Clara saying, let's go Wine Time. Let's roll here. Number 23 ranked Washington Huskies. Thank you, Isaac, for the dono, man. Thank you for blessing the action. Washington Huskies 6-2, 3-2 in the Big Ten at the Wisconsin Badgers 2-6, 0-5 in the Big Ten. Camp Randall, we have 39 Fahrenheit rain showers and 6 mile per hour winds. It's not nice, but it's not going to be too windy here. Wisconsin coming off a nice performance at Oregon, 21-7. You know, that came on the heels of losing 34-0 to Ohio State, came on the heels of losing 37-0 to Iowa. Who's not cashing unders every time the Badgers play? We are cashing them. First half and full game. For the Huskies, we watched them travel. They went to Michigan and lost 24-7. They barely beat Maryland. And they're coming off a home win over Illinois by 17, 42-25. They put up a lot of points at home. And they don't really on the road. And this isn't a very good situation. Let's take a look at the line history here and see how Wine Time is attacking this one. It pops off at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. We have Wisconsin plus 11, minus 112. They opened up plus 10.5, got up to 11.5. And this morning it came back to 11. So a half-point move towards the Huskies. Let's talk about this total here. One that we've been cashing. I'm not saying that we go right back to it, because this is a higher total than what we've been messing with.
Yep.
This one opened up at 46. It got bet down to 44.5 and then got back up to 46. Right now we are at a 45.5. We've had a half-point move towards the under. And we take a look at the cash flow for this one. We have 71% of the tickets and 91% of the cash on Washington. It's a lot of money on Washington. Let's see what Circa is doing. Circa's not giving out us numbers yet, but they've moved it a half point towards the Huskies, just a half point. And on the total, they've moved it down to 44.5, back up to 45. It's a higher total than what we've been messing with here. Wine Time Sports, last game for us on today's show. Huskies, Badgers at Camp Randall.
Everyone's calling for Luke Fickell's job, and I totally understand why, guys. I mean, he hasn't performed for this program so far, but they've already said he is their head coach going into next year. They're not going to fire him. He could lose the rest of the games. They're not going to do it. They already gave him that extension. Camp Randall, 80,000 strong in Madison, Wisconsin. I mean, everyone comes out to these games, guys. This is one of the highest sales for booze in the nation. Those Wisconsin, they love drinking out there for a reason, because, I mean, their football team's not very good so far this year. But we know their atmosphere is always rocking and rolling over there in Camp Randall. I want to get here one day. Got to get to a game with my guy Preston out here, because this place is, especially at the beginning of the season, when the hype's when the fan base is like actually checked in, this is a really hard place to play. But it's just the offense for Wisconsin, Jim. I mean, we haven't seen them do anything on offensive, and we are in November right now. I mean, they haven't been able to score against anyone. It's actually it's it's mind-boggling at this point to see how bad this offense is. It's not the defense. I mean, we know what Luke Fickell does. He's a defensive line coach his whole career. I mean, we know what he likes to do. He brings in his guys. I mean, look at this defensive front that he's came out here for Wisconsin. I mean, we saw them, didn't even mention in the Iowa-Oregon game, but they were pushing Oregon offensive line back. They were getting to the quarterback. They were putting pressure on. It was just a hostile environment playing over in Eugene. Wisconsin couldn't get anything going offensively, but in the trenches, they are solid. I mean, they check all the boxes in the trenches against Washington. I mean, going against this offensive line, I think Wisconsin's going to be able to give the quarterback a lot of problems here. And Damon Williams, never been a fan of this kid, honestly. I think his mechanics are really sloppy out there. I kind of have to trust him, though. He's a Jedfish guy. I mean, Jedfish pretty much said, I don't want Noah Fafita coming to Washington with me. I want this true freshman that I recruited out of high school to come over to Washington with me. Want him to be a 4-year starter and be a first-round draft pick. And that still could be ahead of him. I just think he has a lot of things to clean up. And I think this Washington team has gotten lucky in a lot of these games, guys. I hate to say that, but that Maryland game, I mean, Maryland outplayed Washington that entire game. That second half, I don't really know what happened. It almost seemed like some foolery that Maryland wasn't be able to score in that second half. We know Jedfish likes to make in-game adjustments. He's one of the very few coaches out there that actually calls the offensive plays and is the head coach. He doesn't have a hired offensive coordinator. He is the offensive coordinator, and that's how he's able to get these recruits in, because not only is he the head coach of the offense, he's the head coach of the team and pretty much is going to give you the keys. And that's what he's done with Damon Williams. Also got one of the best running backs in the nation in Jonah Coleman. Moose asked me the other day who I think the best running backs in college football are. I said Jeremiah Love, but I think Jonah Coleman might be top 3, top 4. I mean, this guy does everything right at 5'9", 220. I mean, this guy can move fast. He can move out of the backfield and he can catch anything. He doesn't drop any passes. How efficient he is out of the backfield as a pass catcher just makes his stock so much more valuable at the NFL. This guy's going to be playing on Sundays. Even if he gets drafted in like the 4th round, he's going to show up to camp and he's going to beat out whoever is that running back one there, because that's just the kind of guy this guy is. Look at Wisconsin, though. I think this defensive line is going to give him a lot of issues here. Wisconsin has had one of the best run-stopping defenses all season long, not just in the Big Ten, but in the country. I mean, there's been no one that's been able to run the ball on them. I mean, when they played Alabama, it's like they were getting stuffed at the line of scrimmage every time. If you watch the tape on that game, it's very impressive watching Wisconsin just push back that offensive line from Bama and push back the offensive line from Oregon, where you would think, they have the talent advantage. And at the end of the day, this defensive line is really good. I think their defense is going to keep them in this game. I think Wisconsin might be able to capitalize on hopefully some early success in this game. They haven't really had a lead in any of these games other than the games that they've won. And I wonder if they get the ball first and they go down and score, what that could mean, because I think their defense will step up even more. I think really Wisconsin just needs to score 10 points in this game to cover the 11.5. And that's what I tweeted out yesterday, plus 11.5, minus 110. Also endorse the under. It is a little bit higher of a total for an under, though. You mentioned it, Jim. The line's not really moving right now. We don't have a market really on it to tell us who's on what in this game. I would have a lean towards the under because I don't think Washington's going to put up more than 20 points on this game. I think Wisconsin defense is going to actually step up in this game as they have been all season long. It's just the offense. It's if they can move the ball. Got their quarterback injured in the beginning of the year. We need Dylan Jones, guys like Darian Dupree out of the backfield to do something. You can't be running the ball for 2 yards a touch every single time you get the football. You got to get the playmakers involved in the open space, guys like Chris Brooks, guys like Vinny Anthony. These guys are fast with the ball in their hands. You just got to come up with a better scheme for them offensively, and I think they're going to be able to hang in the game. They're going to be able to hang in the trenches, so you're going to give me double digits with a team at home in Big Ten play against a Washington team that's coming off a very impressive win against a ranked Illinois team, but it was also at Husky Stadium in Seattle. We know how Washington travels. They don't travel well. It's going to be a cold environment. I mean, this is going to be, I believe, it's supposed to be raining in this game, right, Jim?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, and same in the Iowa game, too. I forgot to mention that. It's going to be rainy, and don't get me wrong, Washington, they're used to that, but they also have indoor facilities where they practice in. So at the same time, I don't know, I'm going to give the advantage to Wisconsin here, getting double digits here. I don't think Washington should be laying double digits against anyone. I think Iowa should be ranked over Washington at this point. Washington did have an impressive win against Illinois, but at the same time, it was a really tough travel spot traveling from Champaign to Seattle. So I don't know. I think this travel spot's difficult for Washington. They probably win this game. but not by margin. Maybe they win this game by a possession, but you're going to give me 11.5 points. I'm going to take that all day with Wisconsin.
I feel like how many times can we keep going to the well on the under?
I know. I mean, they have moved. I mean, they moved it up a little, so it's a little concerning. That's my thing. I'm like, do they think that Wisconsin might be able to get on the board here early? I don't know. Maybe Wisconsin's going to be able to actually score the football here. Washington's defense is nothing to write home about. I mean, this defense has struggled all year long. I don't know. I mean, they did do well against Ohio State. I should say that. But Ohio State, I mean, we know the kind of brand they like. They like to play slow, and they're not going to do anything too crazy. Not saying Wisconsin's either. I mean, we've seen them not be able to score at all this year, but I just think that this is too many points with the team that's going to be in it. They're not going to give up for their coach. They got to get one more win to end the season, at least go off on a good note. This might be it, might not, but I'm going to take the 11.5 all day long here. I love Wisconsin at plus 11.5.
Wine Times best bets are in. We also got Tone Miggins levels play today. Westbrook over 4.5 assists minus 134, putting 2 units on that. Wine Times best bets: Wisconsin plus 11.5 at minus 110. Iowa plus 6 at minus 110. West Virginia minus 6.5 at minus 110. Mississippi State plus 8 at minus 110. Penn State plus 16 at minus 120. Tonight, he's on NIU first half team total under 7 at minus 110. The full game under 14 at minus 110 as well. In the association, he's got the Lakers minus 2.5, minus 110. We got the bad news about Reeves. But we see teams step up in situations like this. Blazers money line plus 170 and the Kings minus 3 at minus 110. Wine Time, you are the man. Thank you so much for rocking with us, man. Keep getting that cash rolling in. You lead by example, my friend. I'm going to pop Wine Time's X handle in the chat. Support our guy Wine Time. Puts all his action out on X and asks for nothing in return. But he wants you to go beat the books, man. Go take your bookie and make sure that he's going into his pocket and handing that shit over to you. Wine Time, thank you, my friend. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Yeah, shout out to you, Jim. Thanks for always having me. I wish I could have broke down the NBA card a little more with you guys. There's, those two plays. I'm still thinking about moving on Nuggets minus 9.5 and Jazz at plus 9.5. Follow me on Twitter for that, guys. I'm excited. We've got a nice card today. We've got a couple college football games going, got some NBA going. College basketball is going to be starting up. I haven't quite dabbled in it yet, guys. I don't want to dabble in it quite yet because so much going on right now in sports and stuff. I'm just so locked into these certain sports. I just don't want to lose any focus in any of these. NFL, we've just been killing it all season long. NBA, I want to kill it. College football, we're down double-digit units this season, guys. We're going to make some adjustments, though. There's plenty of time to get back to it. I'm confident in all the plays I always post, but so I'm just looking forward to getting back into the green in college football. Starts with tonight, guys. We got those 2 plays on the team total unders. We're going to get that money today. I'm out of here, guys. Let's Lecce those bookmakers. Let's go.
Lecce Wine Time. My man, there he is. I need to get my bets in. Head down to Scotiabank Arena for Leafs Mammoth. I'm pumped up. Let's review action here. Stacks play today number 1, Kraken, South Dakota over 166.5 minus 112. Stacks play today number 2, Blazers, Trailblazers plus 5.5 minus 110. The Goracle, Spurs money line plus 105. Got to be feeling good about that spot now with Reeves announced out. Flank stake play today, Calgary Flames money line. Kent Davies is on Blackhawks money line. Interestingly enough, Lankin in between the pipes, and that line did not move. Makes me a little nervous. He's also on Boston first half team total over 63.5. Sixers first quarter plus 3.5. I'm on the under 6.5 in Mammoth Maple Leafs. Betting an under while I'm live. People don't generally do that for good times. I'm not like everyone else, man. Let's get that under 6.5, man. Then I'm on the Capitals minus 1. I left the Jackets Flames game alone. I cannot back the Flames. Sharps are on them. It's clear. I can't do it. I am on the Blackhawks plus 140. Now, the Canucks beat the Blackhawks over and over and over and over again. Connor Bedard, of course, played his minor hockey at North Shore Winter Club, just like Macklin Celebrini. And they were rivals of mine, that hockey team. And he wants to win in Vancouver and play well. He doesn't play well in Vancouver, but that happens to kids, when they're playing in front of their friends and family. I expect him to step up and be better tonight. The Blackhawks have been good. And then I am on the Seattle Kraken minus 1 here against the San Jose Sharks, who are dealing with a ton of injuries. Then in college basketball, I'm on the Rider Bronx first half plus 12. I've been hoping that this would move further in my direction. And I would like to take a quick look, even though I need to get my action in and head down. Doesn't look like it has. 18.5 still the full game. 11.5 still the first half. So nothing changing there. Respect, AJ, my man. Thank you. I rarely ever get to go, so I'm pumped up. It's gonna be fun, man. Take a second, take a breath, and just enjoy the moment. In NBA here, we have Justin McKelvey on the Jazz plus 10 at minus 111. We have Justin on Boston, team total over 122.5. I'm going to take the Celtics at this big number. Ron Crawford, spreadsheet plays of the day, Calgary Flames in hockey, LA Lakers in basketball, and Taint play of the day. Eastern Washington, Loyola, Maryland, under 154.5. Eastern Washington, Loyola, Maryland, under 154.5 for Taint. We have Brizzy in the house. Brizzy making moves. Brizzy's on a Pistons Mavericks money line parlay at minus 126. He's on an SGP with the Celtics to win and Hauser over 8.5 points at plus 103. He's on the Thunder team total under 118.5. And he's on the under 228.5 in Minnesota, New York. I plan, and I got to bet these right now, first half under and full game under for me in the Minnesota game. I already told you guys about the Celtics. Then I'm going to be on Mavericks first half full game and the Pelicans team total under. It's 3 units of action for me in that game. It's going to be sweaty. I'm going to be on the Nuggets and the Heat team total under. And then I'm going to probably move on the Blazers with the squad. And that will be my action here in NBA. In college football, I'm going to move on Ball State, and I'm going to move on Toledo first half and full game. Of the looks here that we heard from Wine Time Sports, I'm really interested in that over in Georgia, Mississippi State. I really like his look on Iowa. And, of course, I'm interested in Wisconsin and the under, but I'd probably let that marinate for a little bit. That is our show for today. Let's bring on the producer of this show, the backbone of this channel. Let's bring on our guy, Jose Bouquet, to lead us into the future. Jose, how are you? Wow. Bonus and Levine ruled out. Wow. Thank you, BJ. Sorry, Jose, my man. How are you?
We're doing all right. I'm excited to deal with Spirit Airlines tonight, but should be fun.
You are off to Miami. You pumped?
Yes. I'm not looking forward to being a broke bitch after, but it'll be a fun time. Nonetheless, by the way, Jimmy, just 2 official plays for you real quick for NBA. I'm 3-1 in NBA, but unfortunately, I did indeed bet the Los Angeles Lakers minus 2.5 before that news. So that was disappointing. You know, Jimmy, if I wanted to, I could text my guy, cancel it, re-put it in, you know, but then I feel like I'm abusing that power I have, but I could.
Wow. He must really like you.
I could do that though. So shout out to him. Lakers minus 2.5, minus 110. The fact that the Lakers were favored in that game is a shock to begin with. So that's why I bet that. And then Portland Trailblazers plus 4, minus 110. Also a very surprisingly short line. Let's go Trailblazers.
Yeah, and BJ saying squaw ride, Portland Trailblazers, man. Jose, have a wonderful, wonderful time in Miami. Thank you for jumping on with us. Thank you for all that you do behind the scenes. As Big Zo says, the hardest working producer this side of the Rio Grande. Thank you to all of you guys for rocking with us. Big Zo, Nasty Nate, Aubrey, BJ, Justin McKelvey, great job on screen, my man. Wager Detective, Jerry Davis, Boogie Main, Jason Meyer, the El Dorado custodian. Thank you for rocking with us, my man. AJ Stogg, still, thank you. Rez Mob, thank you. Tone Miggins, Alec Martinez, thank you for the kind words. Stand on Biz, thank you. Thank you to all of you for supporting us here on Pub Sports Radio. We need all the support. It means a ton to us, and the channel is building, and it gives us a lot of hope in what we're doing. So we will see a lot of you guys in the Discord now. I'm going to be getting my bets in and heading downtown for
what did you bet in that game, by the way?
Under 6.5.
You're going to be just rooting on, just cheering the goalies. That'll be funny.
Man. I remember last time I went to a game with Fong, we were at the we were in Buffalo. I had the over 6. So Buffalo scores twice. I'm losing. I told you this. And then Calgary scores and I lose it. And they hated me. They're like, who is this clown? Is this cheering for goals? You know?
Yeah, that's the same thing happened to Cab at the baseball game we were at. We were cheering for Rangers runs the whole time, and then suddenly the Rockies score 3, and he takes off running out of the stadium because he's so happy. And everyone just looks around like, what the fuck's wrong with that guy?
Oh,
Thought he
man.
was rooting for our team.
I was in Vietnam at a soccer game, and when our team, this was in Haiphong, and when there's our team, someone would nail one of our players, I would yell, "Come on!" And it sounds just like "come on," which means thank you. So every time one of our guys got down, I think I've told you this before, our guy would get hurt, and they thought I was yelling "thank you" when our guy would get hurt, and they hated me. They despised me. I had to tell people. Oh man, yeah. Miscommunicado, man. Let's go get this money, Jose. Let's go get this money. Thank you guys for rocking with us, Jose. Safe travels, my friend. Enjoy the moment. Have fun. And
I will hopefully be with you on Friday. My goal is to not get too pollutant and be able to join for some college football at the end of the show.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah. Stay in touch with me about that because
I would like to do that. You know, who knows?
I don't know how I'm going to do Friday.
I mean, I have all the graphics for you covered. I've got that stuff covered for you.
Oh, well, that's exciting. Okay. So it'll be loaded?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. I can handle it if it's loaded. Everyone's got my
Yeah,
bag.
so all that will be nice and shit.
All
But,
right,
you know, we've had so much success on these Fridays. Got to keep it rolling, hopefully.
We have
a lot of ass slapping on these Fridays. What happens on Saturday, I guess, but the ass slapping starts on Friday.
Well, I would have quit if I did. I went 4-0. I should have gone 5-0. I pushed Texas -3.
Oh, and by the way, it was nice of you to remind me of my only loss last weekend. Those fucking Penn State motherfuckers.
I thought you got it. I didn't realize. I was like, oh, Jose, attaboy. And then I never looked again.
It was so disappointing. I was so confident that whole game, and I was like, "Are we just don't have anything left in the tank, huh?" So it should have been first half, I guess. But yeah. So
man, much love to you, Jose. Have a wonderful time. I'll be in touch, my friend. Can you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
Yep. Shout out to you guys. I hope I can make it back home. There have been threats of shutting down some airports and such, Jimmy. So if worse comes to worse and we do get shut down, it would be a hell of a road trip back. I'll tell you that. All those dudes in one Sprinter van would be just fucking hilarious. So who knows what will happen? Maybe this will be the last time you see me for the next week. Who knows? Who knows?
We'll keep track, man. We'll keep track of you.
Yeah, and again, I will try to be here, polluted or not, on Friday. So it should be fun either way. So let's go get some shmoney tonight.
Yeah.
Lakers, I fucking hate you guys, and betting against the Spurs was not fun, but you're fucking favorite for a reason. It's snow time over there with all those white boys. I believe in y'all. And shout out to Tiago Splitter. Shout out to him as well. So let's go make some money tonight. And Leche. Hey, little bookmakers.